Hey guys, welcome. Sorry, I just realized my you could hear one of the streams going on my laptop. Anyway, welcome to the stream where we're gonna talk about Fritz Rublev, the first Monte Carlo Masters semifinal. Frankly, I am more excited for the second one, which I think I will be here for as well. But this one looks pretty tasty too, and the bookies can't split them. Can you split them? I don't really think so. But it looks like it's just been moved. Is it raining in Monte Carlo? Then I think maybe we will meet in like 15 minutes then or something because I don't know if it makes sense to sit here for a moment. Has this been moved? Am I right now? No, it's okay. It's gonna start later because I think there's been what? Okay, there's Okay, sorry. There's been a doubles match that's going on longer, right? Am I right, or am I not? Yeah, Kravitz puts against Arnoldo Weisborn, so the Monegasque. Well, one player is Monegasque at least. They're gonna go to a super tiebreaker. That's why there's gonna be a slight delay in Fritz Rublev. I guess we might still stay on stream them. I don't know. I guess I'll ask John what to do. Frankly, I totally forgot that they scheduled one doubles semi before the singles one already. So I don't know. I guess we could sit here, and I might also turn on the stream for the doubles semi. Frankly, I don't know. I just asked John what to do. This caught me off guard, as you can probably see. But anyway, there's a few people on the stream, so I guess we might as well just talk about the semis that are going to happen later. Of course, the singles ones. Sorry again. Some sound from the stream. Double super tie breaks are very short anyway, so we're probably gonna be fine, right? Monte Carlo, I think this is the stream. Yeah, they've just started the super tiebreaker. I wonder if Arnoldo has ever gone this far in Monte Carlo before. I doubt it, but frankly, I'm not sure. But I don't think he has made like any ATP 1000 finals, to be honest with you. But it would be pretty huge, of course, for for the crowd in Monte Carlo. Even though Arnoldo is like essentially French, right? But um, he has been representing Monaco for a long while. Yeah, he has never made any finals above the 250 level, in fact. So certainly would be quite huge if he can reach the final here along with some Weisborn, and especially against such a good pair as Kraviec Putz. Has John? No, John is not responding to me. So I guess for now we're just gonna sit here and yeah, Matthew just wrote a comment. We can talk about Fritz Rublev, I think, and it should be on in like 20-25 minutes, I think. Fritz better head-to-head record, and him being on an upward curve is making me think he wins today. I would go as far as say that I think Fritz has like the better peak level after seeing him, especially in the last two matches, right? I frankly am not that familiar with the head-to-head. Like I know he leads it, like what is it, like 4-2, but I will look at it in a moment. I don't think they've played on clay before because I checked that much, like I think even before the tournament, frankly. But I don't think they played on clay yet. But yeah, Fritz, especially in the last, let's say, a set and a half against Lehechka and a set and a half, the first ones against Tsitsipas, right? He was just insane. And I kind of think that maybe Rublev doesn't have the sort of level to match that. But it's also, of course, unclear if Taylor plays like that. In general, both the men's semis today, I think, men's, there's only men's semis, let's say both the singles semis look extremely close and are probably going to be decided by like the form of the day, right? I know that at least like in the common perception or for the bookies, Sinner is a much bigger favorite against Rune than either Fritz or Rublev because they're basically super close. I don't think that's quite right. Like to me, Rune has a very decent chance again. He was also kind of undervalued against Medvedev yesterday, so Maybe it's a bit of a trend, but I don't really consider Sinner that much of a favorite against Rune, particularly on clay. Not that Sinner has really any real clay issues, but it's still probably the surface that Holger feels most comfortable on. And he was also sublime in the two matches that he played so far. Yeah, when it comes to Rublev Fritz, yeah, hard to say, but it certainly emerges as like a huge opportunity for the Russian, especially, right? Because Fritz already has that ATP 1000 title. Indian Wells, of course, it would be huge for him to get an ATP 1000 title on clay, and clearly he is now a very consistent force on the surface, right? But of course, when it comes to his clay, well, pedigree, he hasn't really done anything like that before. We'll see how he also does, when he has that full clay schedule this year. Because last year after Monte Carlo, he only played Roland Garros and did not do well there at all. Um, Theoretically there shouldn't really be a reason for him to be better in Monte Carlo than at Roland Garros. I think it was just a matter of coincidence, rust. I think he had some slight physical issue as well. That's why he didn't play. I think right now he wants to play like Munich, I think, next week, along with Rune, by the way, and then of course Rome, Madrid, and honestly should be a contender to go deep in all these events. Looking at how he's moving on the clay right now, and yeah, just how overwhelming of the ground he's been in the past two matches. Also against Tsitsipas, just showing how important it is to have a backhand as well, right? To just to just be dangerous of both wings and not only of one, which Tsitsipas is very much vulnerable to. And I even remember saying after the Jari match, which I think I also did a commentary here on, that we still don't know pretty much what Stefanos is playing, even though he played two matches. Well, played one match and a half, let's say, the 5 games against Bonzi, and of course the match against Jari, but a very different opponent, a very different baseline quality than the Chilean, and yeah, he just totally failed. So, and yeah, and I was gonna say that for Rublev, it's just an insane opportunity because, well, we've been talking for years now about Rublev potentially trying to grab that first big title, making the next step of his career, taking the next step of his in his career, but. Well, he has not been able to do that. I think, especially after what's been going on this year, with how easily he was outplayed by Medvedev in the Dubai final, also Djokovic at the Australian Open. It wasn't really something that we thought was going to happen very soon, and yet we're here, right? And yet we are in in the semifinals in Monte Carlo, and he has basically two 50-50 matchups ahead of himself. I think he would be the underdog against either Sinner Rune, but certainly with a very good chance to win as well. So yeah, suddenly it turns out that maybe Andrey Rublev has a great chance here, but it's certainly not going to be easy. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, 4 people are there, so I guess we can just stay until 2 p.m. Why not? I mean, we'll find something to talk about for sure. Let me see how the match is going. 5-4 for Arnaud Weisborn right now, but it's Kravitz Putz. Actually, Tim Putz is serving. So it shouldn't be overly long. Doubles super tiebreakers never are really. Matthew also commented about France smashing Great Britain in BJK Cup. Cornet beat Dart. Have you ever seen Cornet play without strapping on her legs? That's that's very true, actually. I remember when she played Świątek at Wimbledon last year, and after, like, of course, in the first few games already, you could see that it's not going that well. And I remember every single commentator in Poland was already like, look at Cornet, she has this strapping on her leg. Maybe she's injured. Maybe they were already looking for some sort of a possibility for Iga to escape from that match. Of course, it didn't happen. But you're very right that she very often plays with something like that. I frankly have not followed the BJK Cup that much outside of the Poland Kazakhstan match. So maybe I'll just also look at what you were talking about. Dart has had some wonderful performances in team competitions, right, before, but it's like this time it's nothing of this sort. She's now 1-6 down also as we're talking to Garcia. Oh, but two tie breaks with Cornet, so I guess that's not terrible at all. BJK Cup. I think they also hosting the tie, right? From what I could, I think I saw some photos on Twitter from someone who was British, that he, who was simply there. Yeah, Great Britain in Coventry, and I mean Bolter barely lost to Garcia. They made some weird choices as well. Like Jodiana Burge was in such good form, and she wasn't taken. She wasn't even on the team, which I thought was weird. But I guess Bolter and Dart just have had a good sort of history, right? On the team, overperforming in the matches. Five tie break. Oh, that was the five tie breakers. Of course, I've actually I actually saw a screenshot of that yesterday. So yeah, John has just shown us another photo of Cornet with some leg strapping, and yeah. Anyway, in the doubles super day breaker, we are now 7-5 up for Arnaud Weisborn. So very close to that amazing feat for the semi Monegasque player. I mean, most of players for Monaco are basically French, right? It's like Kazakhstan, Russia, so sort of. Let's see how that goes. And I mean, Arnaud just played a great volley at the net, so it's 8-5, very close to that. I wonder if some other Monegasque players reach the finals in doubles. I mean, only Ugones could be a possible option, right? And I mean, I don't think they've had that many huge runs on their side. Of course, there's been some Monegasque players breaking through to the tour in singles, but not enough to make finals like that. So I'm just looking through the list, but it doesn't seem like that ever happened. So certainly something amazing for the crowd, I suppose, and for Arnoldo and Weisborn, who for the most part, even last year, were mostly playing challengers rather than ATP events. But they're not going to win this point, though. That smash defense is a bit out. So it's 8-6 right now. Oh, and I just saw a screenshot from, yes, just speaking of doubles, I just saw a screenshot of the PDF where, it stated what the reason for the Fritz Rune withdrawal was yesterday, and it says unspecified. So, I mean, we all knew that it was because they are in the singles semis and they just don't care anymore, but it's pretty funny that even the reason there is just unspecified. Yeah, and Kravitz and Putzke actually won the 2 points on serve. So it's now 8-7, I think, with Arnaud now serving. But the return from Kravitz is weak enough that Weisborn can easily pick it up at the net. So we've got too much points for the Monegasque Austrian pairing. Will Arnaldo blast an ace to get to his first ATP 1000 final? And I'm pretty sure it's the first one for Weisborn as well. But for Arnaldo, it's bigger since he's at home, sort of. Ooh, that was very very close to being in, but now they're actually gonna be happy because that return from Kravitz was, as it seems, a bit out. Honestly, from the stream, I would say it was in, but you know how it is with the TV feed and etc. So yeah, that's doubles semi, the first doubles semi that we have today in Monte Carlo, because the second is going to be after Sinerluna. In the second, it's Fabrice Martin and Andreas Mies against Ivan Dodig and Austin Krajcek. Arnoldo and Weisborn also had a wild card for this event, which just kind of again tells you how miraculous that run is for both guys, frankly, because most of their careers they've been maybe more like challenge more yeah they've just played more on the challenger tour than on the main circuit. Maybe not necessarily. I mean, Arnoldo from what I can see, has like 100 matches at the ATP level, and Weisborn just about 35. So only Weisborn's second final. He actually doesn't have an ATP title, and Arnoldo has one with his Monegasque partner Ugonis in 2019 in Los Cabos. So certainly quite a crazy story for them to go so deep here. And that was actually a debut for a Weisborn at an ATP 1000 even. So yeah, clearly he hasn't had a final before either. Let me check like who they beat, because I'm honestly not sure. Glaspol, Heriovara, Ramselsbury, and Meadows Zverev. That's a pretty tough road as well. Kraviec puts the two-time. Kraviec is a two-time Roland Garros champion, of course, with Andreas Mies, or Mies. I'm not sure. I think it's Mies. So especially, even more impressive in that regard for sure on clay. And yeah, that means that soon enough we're gonna be able to get to that Fritz Rublev semi. One could say that this is the one that looks more tight, more even ahead of today. I don't know if I would agree with that, as I said before, but I think both should probably deliver, and are definitely aren't clear in terms of like who's gonna make the final. Everyone has a very solid chance right now, and that's why I also said that perhaps, especially for Rublev and Sinner, this is bigger. What do you make of Fritz and Rune pulling out of doubles? Is there any way to prevent this, as it undermines the doubles tournament? Yeah, yesterday this was a bit of a topic, right? Yeah, sorry, I will just get back to, is Davis Cup finals still in Spain, or does the BJK also have a similar finals format? BJK Cup just has a bigger event, like 12 teams, and last year it was in Glasgow, and this year you have no idea where it's still. And it could actually lead to some very weird, it could lead to something very weird, because the host nation gets, of course, a spot in the finals. So theoretically, the host nation can be one that has already been eliminated, and that's actually something that happened last year, I think, with Great Britain, who lost to someone in the qualifying round. I can't remember who, and then was still in the finals. If the host nation is someone who is already in the finals, then there's gonna be a one wildcard team, which again, I think the system is very flawed, but it's not like DC, Anyway, thoughts on Liam Brody on clay also. Maybe I'll get to that Fritz and Rune doubles thing first. Yeah, yesterday this was, of course, pretty big, because Rune had to play doubles later in the day, and that's why Medvedev and Rune were third up on the court, right, on the center court, instead of Sinner Musetti, which honestly never even gave Medvedev a chance. I mean, Rune played amazing. Rune loves the clay. I think pre-match, even if we take out all of that, I think he'd be the favorite for me over Medvedev. But still, you could see that Medvedev is fatigued from the get-go. You could see that he is trying to end the points earlier, be more aggressive, which isn't really in his natural, comfort zone, let's say. So in that sense, I think it really screwed him over. I don't think it was deliberate from Taylor and Holger. Like, it would take some real, like, it would just be too much, I think, to think that Rune and Fritz, like Rune in this sense, already knew that he was going to withdraw from doubles, but he left himself in there so that Medvedev and Rune is scheduled earlier. No, that's too much, I think. But in general, yeah, it kind of screwed the tournament in that sense. Is there any way to prevent this, as it undermines the doubles tournament? Probably not, honestly. For years, we've been hearing that the key to success for doubles as a competition, because let's not kid ourselves, like, pretty much no one is watching doubles compared to singles. Myself included, frankly. I mean, I watch doubles when I'm at an event live. I watch doubles because I'm already there, and like, it would be stupid not to. I think I watch some at the Grand Slams, but in general, there's just not enough time, right, to watch both, I think, for most people, especially when you're also trying to follow challengers and etc. But for years, we've been hearing that the key to success for doubles is actually getting top players to play. But when you get top singles players to play, that's sometimes what you're gonna get, right? And that's also what, in this case, it's two singles players, Fritz and Rune, but there's countless doubles players who sign up for with singles guys and then they withdraw because they already lost in the singles, and there's just no point staying for them because for them it's just fun. So I don't know if there's a way. Doubles is like subsidized basically for singles, right? It would never make money on its own with the sort of interest that it has right now. Perhaps it can be taken to another level if somehow it was promoted better, because it's clearly not. It's not shown on tennis TV so often. It's also like so many tournaments don't even have like cameras there, right? I've seen events where the two singles matches, let's say semis, are played, and then all the camera operators get out of the stadium. Like no one is showing the doubles, so it could be promoted better. Maybe then we'd get more interest in it, more actual doubles players would be able to like fill the stadiums, fill the TV broadcast, fill the make it interesting for the audience rather than just relying on singles players. But for now, I don't know if there's a way to prevent this, but it's certainly quite unfortunate, both for Medvedev and for the tournament as well, who, well, lost one match and sort of lost one match with Rune Medvedev, because at least it could have been more competitive. But of course, if it was 2-3 hours later, or maybe it wouldn't give Medvedev any help anyway. Maybe he was just too tired, regardless. Who knows? But yeah, it's a shame that this happens, but I don't really think there's anyone that we can blame this on, and I guess that's just how it is. Thoughts on Liam Brody on clay, says John. I mean, most of his career has been pretty poor on clay, right? You can kind of see it with like how flat he hits the backhand. In general, of course, the Brits haven't really done well on clay. There's a lack of clay courts in Great Britain for sure. And yeah, I'm not sure if I see Brody improving there realistically, but of course he has been able to get some decent wins on clay in the past. I think he even qualified for the French one year. But in general, if you look at his whole career, he was also very poor last year on clay. So definitely not the part of the season where he is expected to be great. But this can also work in his favor, right? Because he has nothing to defend over the next 2 months. So maybe with less pressure on him, coming back after an injury as well, although a short one, maybe somehow when you have no expectations, you can very randomly achieve something huge. And of course, Liam in the first couple of months has put himself in the position to potentially think about a top 100 debut this year. Feels like it's been 10 years and like since he first put himself in that position, and we're always talking about it. He was never really super close, right? He was never like one match away. Of course, John will likely mention, as always, that he would have been in the top 100 if Wimbledon points were awarded, which is very true, of course. Same for Tim van Rijthoven. But yeah, he has put himself in that position. This is the part of the season where no one expects anything from him, probably including himself. And maybe this can actually somehow help him. Yeah, because any points he can get during the clay season, I think he won like 2 matches on clay last year, so nothing to defend until the grass. And yeah, and on grass he was actually pretty good last year. So hopefully this will be actually something that he can rely on, because it always felt like he should be better on grass with again the flat backhand, and yet he really wasn't until 2022. But maybe this time with Wimbledon having points, and of course he should be able to. I mean, I'm pretty sure he'll get the wild card if he can't get into it, directly. So yeah, the chances are there definitely, and he has put himself in position greatly in the first few months of the year by making that final in BL, making that winning that title in Vilnius, especially 100 points already, right? So yeah, and there was also Matthew saying that Sinner is favored to win in two. Hope Rune surprises me and makes a statement showing why he can be in the new Big Three. I don't know. I've been sort of up and down on Sinner in the past few months, I gotta say. Before this year, I thought he was probably gonna stagnate a little bit, frankly. But then he shows something pretty incredible in Miami. I'm not saying about how he beat Alcaraz because people always try to, like, when I praise Sinner for the Miami performances, people try to say that because he beat Alcaraz, you're saying that. I mean, it was the whole event, right? It was the whole event how he was crushing everyone along the way, and also along with his Indian Wells performances, along with what he did in February in Rotterdam and Montpellier. And it really seems like he has taken he has made some sort of improvement out of a regular quarterfinalist last year. He is now a semifinalist, let's say, or maybe even a finalist if you count Rotterdam out of the bigger events. I mean, not taking Montpellier into consideration and Miami. But a couple of really disappointing performances again when it comes to playing against, well, mostly Medvedev this year, right? Because I wouldn't say he was disappointing at the Australian Open against Tsitsipas. I wouldn't say he was disappointing against Carlos in Indian Wells even, although some would probably say that. And yeah, just a couple of poorer showings against Medvedev. I know he had a long one with Alcaraz in the semis in Miami, but he had a day off, so I don't know if that's enough of an excuse. Let's say he was, of course, not feeling great from the very beginning. Anyway, would he have beaten Medvedev if he was feeling well? I don't know. The matchup looks terrible for him, but it's not like he's gonna lose to him 100 times without beating him once. Even Federer beat Nadal on clay twice, right? So Hamburg 2007 and Madrid 2009. So I think he could have done more at least in one of these meetings, let's say. And it's still very much up to him to show he can deliver in the biggest match out there. Of course, he has a fantastic chance for the title. I can't really say anything about his performances so far, though, because, well, Schwartzman retired, and we all know he's not in form right now at all. Musetti just was nowhere near good enough to even trouble him. And I think honestly that wasn't like Musetti even dipping that much after the Djokovic match. It was just Novak, with that elbow injury, slower on serve, slower on the forehand. It just clearly impacted him, and I think that's why Musetti just won it rather than him playing some incredible tennis. And yeah, and he had to save a match point against Hurkacz, which was a pretty good match, frankly. So still hasn't really played someone of Rune's class here. Don't think the clay is that much of a deal, for Sinner. He's been getting results everywhere over the course of his career, much like Rune outside of grass, let's say. So I just don't think he should be that much of a favorite. I think Rune is clearly good enough to battle Alcaraz, Sinner. I know he hasn't had the best of seasons, but the way he played against both Medvedev and Team, regardless of whether the guys were at their best or not, it was very convincing. And it has to be said that so many losses this year from Rune have been also due to his physical issues again. So if only he can avoid that. I'm talking about the one to Brouwer, of course, in Rotterdam where he retired, but also Deminor, Wawrinka. If he can only somehow get a hold of that, I think he's got like a 50-50 chance against Sinner. I honestly couldn't really split them. And yeah, very excited for that one, which I think is going to be their second meeting, right? After Sofia last year, where Sinner had to retire in the first set. Sinner was, I think he fell at like 2-3 and then was very cautious with his movement and simply couldn't continue anymore. So certainly also we're going to learn something new about this matchup today. And yeah, it should be very exciting. I am really hyped for that second semi. A little less for this one, but that doesn't mean that it's that I don't think it can be great. We'll see if that's actually the case, though. Yeah, I think this is already around the time where they should be getting onto the court. Not yet, actually. So we still have a few minutes to kill, it seems like. Yeah, as John says in the chat, we're gonna do the second semi on another stream. So once Fritz Rublev is done, we're gonna log off from here, and there's gonna be another one for Rune Sinner. As Matthew was saying earlier, Fritz has a good head-to-head against Rublev, which I read, but I read it to myself, but I don't think I said anything about it. Yeah, 6 matches out, so I was right with the 4-2. All on hard courts though. Two of them even indoors. So definitely also something fresh for us, some new info that we haven't really been able to get so far. um, Very tough to predict who can actually take this. And of course, for Rublev, this definitely feels like a bigger opportunity because in the past we've been saying that what can bring him down, sort of not allow him to get that big title once, let's say, Djokovic and Nadal are gone, was his poor matchups against guys like Medvedev, Zverev. Tsitsipas not really, because he's actually very close to him in the head-to-head. I think maybe even is he leading right now? I mean, I remember it's super close, but he always had such poor matchups against Rublev and Zverev, Medvedev and Zverev. These guys are not around, Even Tsitsipas is not around here. It's just Fritz and then Sinner or Rune later, so he can certainly take that one. And yeah, it's up to him to deliver on that promise, sort of. Yeah, I think it's 6-all right now in that Tsitsipas Rublev matchup, not taking into consideration these two Abu Dhabi exhibition matches that they've played. I don't think I don't think we should count that towards the official head-to-head, even though they were actually regular format, let's say. They weren't well, they were simply matches without like the third set tiebreaker or something like that, but with a regular third set. So I still don't really like counting them. Is it true Monte Carlo is the slowest of the clay courts this clay season? I mean, we haven't seen many clay courts this season, right? So for now, I can't really tell you, I suppose. Monte Carlo generally is one of the slowest ones, so yeah. I think the weather conditions also, comply with that, with the wind coming from the sea. Of course, it's like basically seaside. You can see the sea from the stands. And I think that sort of goes along with it. When court-based index data on the free ATP thousands at least was released a couple of years back, Madrid actually had the lowest rating, let's say. But I think that's, of course, very much contradicted by the altitude there and the indoor nature of the venue. So probably not. Probably not something that is really true in terms of how the courts play. Although maybe the court itself could have been slower. But yeah, Monte Carlo is one of the slowest ones most years. Yeah, we haven't really seen most of them yet this year, but it certainly seems like it's going to be one of them. Rublev and Fritz are like, I think they've already had the draws. I should look for the stream now. Fritz is going to serve first, it seems. Yes, where do I find this now? Taylor Fritz. Still trying. Sorry, but I'm still trying to locate my stream on this thing that I'm using. They sometimes, well, there's a bug where sometimes it shows in Cyrillic, and it's just really hard for me to read. I can read Cyrillic, but it takes me a long while to actually understand it. Like, yeah, it just takes time. I can read it, but it takes time. Anyway, yeah. They seem to be on the court already, so not long until we can actually start talking about the match. Of course, today. Ooh, sorry again, the sound. Today we also have the qualifying for all the, actually not for Banja Luka. I think just for Barcelona and Munich starting. So some very cool matches there. If you need something else to watch while these two will be going, and of course, plenty of action on the Challenger Tour as well. But we're gonna focus on the Sinner, on the Rublev Fritz and Sinner Rune semifinals here naturally. Yeah, I still cannot find it. Okay, looks like they're actually about to start. So maybe let me pull out another stream then, because I still cannot. Oh, okay, I got it now. Yeah, we've already had 2 points, frankly, but I got it now. Yeah, and Fritz is serving first, as I said earlier. It's 15-0 in his opening game. Another big serve and a drive volley combination gives him a 30-15 lead. Yeah, mostly gonna be exciting to see. I think if Fritz can maintain that crazy level from yesterday and against Lehechka, the last two sets, let's say, maybe the last set and a half, something like that. Because if he does, I think he's probably the favorite to win this one. Rublev forces out an error on the forehand, though. I've seen people praising how well Fritz is covering his forehand corner on clay right now. Sort of resetting with a loopier shot as well when giving himself more time to recover. That's gonna be pretty huge for both guys today because, well, they like to play on the backhand side, trying to hit forehands from everywhere, but Fritz certainly has the more dangerous backhand, so maybe a little less important for him. But Rublev's ability to cover his forehand corner is superior anyway. On the slide, he just pulls off some incredible shots. Fritz makes an error on the forehand inside in though, so there's a breakpoint already in the first game of the match, and of course in the first service game of Taylor Fritz. Some water here. And he's gonna have to save it on his second serve. So Rublev would probably look for something more aggressive, and he does indeed, and wins the point with it. Pretty good backhand cross court return, and Fritz nets the response. I wonder who was. Yeah, as I said, I just turned on the stream in the middle of this game already, so I wonder who won won the toss, because yeah, it was definitely one of these opening games where you wanna be returning actually. Especially in recent years, we've seen plenty of players try that, right? Go for when they're winning the toss, they actually go for the return, which wasn't really the practice in the past, but they actually go for the return and try to look for that break in the opening game when everyone is still just a little iffy and just need a bit more rhythm. They're also showing us a graphic on the TV feed right now where Rublev is, hitting his second serve returns, which is really telling because on the right side of the court, on his forehand side, he is standing very far behind, but that's of course because of the fact that he wants to take all his returns from the forehand, just play them aggressively already, just get himself time for the stroke. And on the backhand side, on the outside, he is actually stepping into the court, mostly trying to go for these backhand returns like he just did against Fritz in the on the breakpoint in the opening game. Another sensational backhand from Rublev down the line here. I said just a couple of minutes ago that Fritz has less of a liability on that side of the court, but so far Rublev has come out firing that return to break, and now this incredible backhand down the line. And another good serve just grants Rublev a very safe game, it seems, for the love. Wow, he has really come out to play here, and just almost taking this forehand basically on a half volley for a clean winner, and it's to love for Rublev. Very, very aggressive with his positioning in that game as well, not moving behind the baseline, but just taking everything like semi half volley ish, and it's working so far. It's given him a couple of games. We'll see if Fritz can start this match sort of for himself, because yeah, so far he just hasn't been able to do anything. That little weaker opening service game allowed Rublev to break, and he just crushed him in the previous one. But there's another error from Fritz. He saves. Well, he gets it to 15 although with a good serve. And this time Rublev also tries to go for the backhand down the line, but the wind kind of sways this ball outside. But I don't think it was the cleanest of hits anyway. Tried to be very aggressive with the counter there. That's probably a let, because I think the serve was in. Yeah. Fritz serves on the line and gets himself 2 game points. Not much Rublev could really do with that sort of a serve coming at him and just bouncing, yeah, right on the line. That's another let, I think. Although Rublev will sort of wishes it wasn't, because he got a very good deep return at Fritz's feet, but of course it's redundant. Maybe in the future it won't be, because in the juniors in the past few years we've been introduced to a no let rule, of course, as well at the next gen finals. So maybe in the future we'll actually be playing after lets on serve, but not for now. And Fritz takes this game to get himself 2-1 up. Yeah, just a slower opening game, and we'll see if he hasn't maybe already lost a set with it. Who knows? On clay, theoretically, it's not the end of the world, but Rublev just 4 holds away right now from taking the opener. And just not the sort of start that Fritz was expecting. Definitely not. I still wonder. I'm not sure who won the toss, but I would love to know that, because if it was Rublev, taking just choosing return, then he definitely sort of outplayed Fritz in that way. You can't really know if your opponent is gonna have a slower start, but that's just what it was for the American, and it was a master tactician move from Rublev if that's what he did. Personally, I still take serve though. I don't really feel that comfortable on serve, and if I manage to hold, although if I manage to hold, it's simply just such a good psychological advantage for me. So I think it's better than trying to look for that break early. But of course, I'm also a terrible amateur player. So what works for me isn't necessarily going to work for Fritz or Rublev. Definitely not. But anyway, 8 minutes of play there. Rublev leads to 1, and he's going to serve again. We'll see if he's so comfortable as he was, as comfortable as he was in the previous game. I think they're waiting for someone in the crowd to sit down, but it looks like they've already done that. So we'll see how Rublev is on serve here. Definitely not the kind of server where you think the set is already over. You'd probably expect Fritz to have some sort of opportunities. So still plenty to look forward to for the American. Now they're into a longer backhand cross-court rally. Who's going to be the first to try to break that pattern? No one yet. Very determined to keep doing that. Rublev is actually the first one, and he tries to go down the middle, but it's like 5 meters out. That's the sort of play I guess we would expect Fritz to be more comfortable in, right? Just with how good his backhand has become in the past couple of years. Maybe the biggest reason behind his rise to fame, let's say, rise to the top echelon of the game. Rublev gets it to 15, although with a good serve. Is that Tsitsipas? I think it is Tsitsipas. He's probably not in the Rublev box though, right? With the few tools comments and etc. I don't know if it's even anyone's box, but he is in the crowd. They're showing him. I imagine Tsitsipas. I don't remember, but I imagine Tsitsipas is playing Barcelona probably, right? He was there last year and lost to Carlos Alcaraz. I think it's out of the top 10, it's just Rune and Fritz choosing Munich. And of course, you have Djokovic and Panialuka. And I can't remember if there's anyone. Fritz plays another good point, just gets a bit of a short ball from Rublev and drop shots him on the forehand side to it was certainly good enough. It's Rublev in Banja and in Munich we've got Rune and Fritz, and yeah, Tsitsipas is in Barcelona next week. I think Fritz is probably likely to withdraw from that Munich event, though, if he makes the final here. Don't think there would be much sense in him playing that, I suppose. But it's gonna be 2 breakpoints back for Fritz already. Very similar point to what Fritz had in his opening game when he just hit a good serve down the tee and got a drive volley. But Fritz made it, and Rublev does not. So 40-15 for Fritz. I mean 15-40 on the Rublev serve. Already a chance to get back into this set. So this masterful tactics move from Rublev, maybe if he won the toss, would be kind of redundant, but we'll see. Maybe he can save himself. Some good defense from Fritz there. Rublev just played another great backhand down the line, but Fritz saves himself with a squash shot, and Rublev misses the next ball, clearly complaining about the bounce. On the stream, it didn't look that bad, but yeah, as I said a few times before, you can't really know exactly what happened with the bounce most of the time of the TV broadcast. I mean, sometimes it's very very clear, of course, but Rublev anyway, that bounce forced him to miss that forehand, and it's 2-all already. 13 minutes, I think, or in that set, in that match, and we are back at score one. Not exactly square one anymore, as Fritz double faults to lose the first point of this game. And he now commits another forehand error when Rublev plays a pretty deep return down the middle, but certainly gettable for Fritz. So he's lost 30 down. Just got the break back, but maybe he won't be able to consolidate by how this is going. We shall see. Rublev was a bit lucky to put the return in play there, but he is in that rally. Again, they're on the backhand's cross court, but this time it's Fritz who actually tries to break something. Break that pattern, and he succeeds with it. Rublev complaining, I think, about some, this time about the ball skidding off the line or something. Certainly not been the happiest player out there so far. He rarely is on the court, at least. Off the court, of course, it's completely the other way around. And Fritz will have to win the point on his second serve again. Very similar return from Rublev to what we saw in the first game when he broke Fritz with the backhand crosscourt. This time Fritz dealt with it a bit better, but he commits another forehand error where he just mistimes it. Tries to get on the ball too quickly. The same was in the second point of this game. So 2 breakpoints back for Rublev already. I mean, that's not really back, right? that would just be another break for Rublev, let's say. This serve, though, is good enough from Rublev to force out a forehand return error. And we've got 30-40. One more breakpoint for the Russian. This one is huge as well. I was actually sort of, I don't think I said it, but in my brain, I was sort of complaining about Fritz not really having the right rhythm on serve after the first few points of this game. But this time he finds a wonderful one down to T, and there's not much that Rublev could do. So we're back to deuce, but it's going to be a second serve again now. Yeah, Fritz gets to an advantageous position after Rublev has to just put a bit more height on the ball to recover, but misses the inside. Oh, well, I don't know. No, it wasn't. Just misses a regular cross court forehand winner, forehand shot. And there's another big one for Rublev, who's again in the rally. Back and cross courts exchanged, like we're probably gonna see quite a lot in that event, in that match, with both players probably somewhat scared of each other's forehands. But this time, this actually ends up poorly for Fritz, who misses one of them into the net, and Rublev gets on top of him in that set again. Now 3-2 up, theoretically 3 more holds, but so far in this match, we've only seen 5 games and 3 of them were breaks. So perhaps it's not not as simple as it would seem. He's gonna eat a banana now, hoping that this will give him more power on the serve in the next game, and he's going to be able to get to a 2-game lead again, which he already held at the beginning of the match after the first 2 games. Yeah, we also have of course, the stats on the ATP website. If anyone wants to check them out himself or themselves, I guess, and maybe we'll check something from time to time if there's a changeover and something comes up to mind. So far, we've seen Rublev win all of the medium length rallies 4-4-0. Of course, it's still very early to sort of take anything out of that, especially as on the longer ones. It's Fritz leading 3-2. Certainly, what's felt most important so far were just the few poor unforced errors from Fritz when he just messed up the timing on some of the ground strokes, and that's why he's so far 2-3 down. He did not hold his own in that backhand to backhand rally on breakpoint just now. And also at deuce, he had a forehand that, well, he was trying to be aggressive with. He tried to attack to the Rublev forehand, push him out wide, but also missed. So just a bit of errors from Fritz that have made him go down in the scoreline here. But as we said, so many breaks so far that maybe this set is not really over yet at all. Especially as he now fires a huge second serve return of the forehand. Rublev tries to cover that on the slide, but misses it. A pretty good first serve return from Fritz as well. You'd think that this serve could have even given Rublev the point, but he survived. But this time, Rublev gets pushed to the forehand corner and actually surprises the American with his counter, and it forces out an error of him. So 15-0. Very easily could have been 0-30 down there, but on the run he produced a beauty. Speaking of beauties, this was almost in from Fritz. Would have been a sensational return, but it seems like it was just wide. So nothing to be excited here, to be excited for here, because the Rublev is just 30-15 up now. Although it's gonna be a second serve, so maybe Fritz can again fire like he did in the first point of this game. Yeah, but this is just going to be too short, and Rublev punishes that weaker return with a huge +1 forehand, forces an error, and it's 2 game points for 40-15 now for the Russian. Oh, wow. That's some insane power on that forehand from Fritz. Maybe we're gonna see how fast it was, because in the this week the on the TV feed from Monte Carlo we've been seeing the power on the shots sometimes. Seems like this one must have been pretty noteworthy, but we didn't really get it, but just an unleashed on a fifth. I think it was the fifth shot on the of the rally. Sorry, fourth would have to be just unleashed on an insane forehand, and another one here. Very predictable second serve from Rublev to the Fritz backhand, and he manages to run around it and just blast it down the middle. Both guys not getting that many first serves in so far, and that's for sure also been hampering their ability to hold. Yeah, this time the return wasn't huge though from Fritz. Rublev just completely mistimed the forehand as well, though. Trying to take it early as he did in the opening set. Opening game. His opening service game to go to love up, but this time just completely fails, and there's a breakpoint back for Fritz already. He's won 3 points this game with some insane forehands, and now has been given a pretty cheap error by the Russian. Looks like we're gonna be back to that backhand cross court exchange. This time it's Rublev who changes that pattern, and we might be into another one. Some great movement from the Russian here, bailing himself out. But Fritz's defense is great as well. And it's very unclear what's gonna happen here. Rublev with this crouch backhand, like I don't know, Agnieszka Radwańska like, but it actually gives the initiative back to Fritz, who eventually manages to get a short ball from his opponent and crush that inside out forehand again. So generally, 4 points that you would say that maybe Fritz's forehand won for him. Although this one is not really that clear. This one was just a great rally from both. The movement, both from both parties, was excellent, and Fritz just manages to get the break back again. So after 22 minutes and 6 games, 4 breaks as well, we're back at square one once again. Maybe if they can start landing more first serves, it's going to be easier for them to hold. But so far, they've been similarly unsuccessful in trying to win their service games. So no harm done for anyone. Let's say that. First point of this game also goes to Fritz, just with a big serve. This one is more into Rublev's strike zone though, and he cannot handle it. Good reaction from the Russian, who just managed to, despite the very short time that he had on the ball, manages to slap the backhand pretty deep and fast again at the American. But this is a very makeable one, and a bit of a mystery opportunity for sure for Rublev. 15-0 gets a second serve return at his backhand, and just sends it long. Wasn't trying to be aggressive with it, just get it fairly deep, and that did not pan out. That's not an ace. No, that's actually out, and they show us the mark even, and it's very clearly out. What is he saying? It's in. That's amazing. If he, no, I haven't seen what Manuel Messina just showed. No, okay, it is a second serve. Yeah, because from the camera, it just seemed like it's very obvious, but clearly it wasn't for Fritz. Anyway, he wins the point. Yeah, he wins the point anyway on the second serve. Great return from Rublev, but this is the way that Fritz is moving right now on clay. You know, this is the way he can cover his forehand corner and just plays it back to the open courts because Rublev, lunging into that backhand return, he just left it wide open. And that's a very, very solid game from Fritz with backhand winner right now, wrong footing Rublev and getting to a 4-3 lead. Now the pressure for the first time in this match basically is going to be on the Russian, who is suddenly very close to losing the opening set. You know, one break and it might be it. So this might be it. So after being, if not the dominant player for the first 6 games, but the one who always felt like he was in control, now it's actually Fritz who has the edge in terms of the scoreboard pressure and etc. And Rublev, we have to remember that he was also 3-2, 40-15 up, right? So certainly a missed chance there that could have given him a nice leeway in this set, but so far he will have to win it in another fashion now. Let's say that. Um, yeah, I also think that was Thomas Johansson. I agree. Um, Matthew says that he thinks that they just showed Thomas Johansson in this crowd. Of course, the 2002, not 2022 Australian Open champ. I think it was Thomas Johansson as well. I'm not sure if he's like if he's a Monte Carlo resident, frankly. But very recently he was announced as working with someone, right? Who was it? Sorana Kirsia, I think. I think it was. Well, maybe not announced, but they were like he was basically credited by her for the Indian Wells and Miami run that she had, right? I'm not sure what Sorana is doing this week, but perhaps nothing, because otherwise Janssen wouldn't be able to be here. But I also think that it was him. Yeah, Kirstia doesn't seem to be playing this week, so I mean, on the WTA side, there's only BJK Cup qualifying, so or qualifying and like the other competitions, but yeah, I don't think she was involved. So yeah, it's possible that he was indeed here. That was a special point, says Matthew, and a well-deserved round of applause. Yeah, I think even though it was a few minutes ago, I think I know what point you were talking about, and indeed deserved it. Definitely the best one we've seen so far. And we've also had a stat that Fritz has won 9 of the last 10 points, and that momentum is not gonna continue. Another forehand drop shot, a very similar one, gave him the point earlier, but this time Rublev is quick enough to catch it, and I'm not sure if Fritz let it go or yeah, I think he just wasn't yeah, he just wasn't able to get it on the stretch, and Rublev managed to escape from this very dangerous situation, frankly, because it could have already been 3-4, 0-30. It could have been scary for the Russian, but for now he's fine. It's 15 all. We'll see what he can do on this next point. That's a pretty risky second serve. Or maybe it wasn't the second. I cannot remember already. Wow. Fritz gets him deep to the backhand corner, but Rublev finds a pretty special response as well down the line. Wrong footing Fritz in a similar manner as the American did to him in the last point of the previous game. That's a let, I think. So still the first serve for Rublev on that 30-15 point, but he is going to have to use the second now. Fritz steps into the court to take it early on the backhand, and a couple of huge backhands give him more or less a sitter, let's say, but he just misses it on the forehand. Wasn't exactly a sitter, but it was still a shot where you would expect him to clinch the point. He did not, though, so Rublev has a couple of game points This game could have been really scary, but for the Russian, but with that great drop shot get and also that miss from Fritz right now, he is in a comfortable position to take it. Perhaps not yet though, because another couple of very deep forehands from Fritz give him the chance to. Well, this time it was a sitter. This one it was a sitter, and this time he also capitalizes on that. It honestly would have been pretty hard to miss, frankly. Five forehand winners in this match already from Fritz, and I would say that probably four of them, or maybe even five of them, have been in the last 2 or 3 games. So certainly playing much better now after that rocky start. But he also misses a makeable second serve return, just like Rublev did on a pretty important point in the previous game, and we're at 4-all. Some missed chances in this game for Fritz for sure. It could have been easier for him. I mean, he could have made Rublev struggle more for this game, but he didn't, and we're at 4-all. He starts with an ace though, definitely just playing with a bit more pep in his step, if you may. In the past few games, Fritz is. But this time it's Rublev who finds a great combination, pushing Fritz wide to the backhand side and then repeating that same direction with the inside out forehand. Pretty much nothing that the American could do. Couldn't change directions that quickly. We were back to that backhand to backhand rally that they've been perfecting all match long. But it was Rublev who managed to run around his forehand. He had enough time, and it clearly gave him just allowed him to take the upper hand in this rally. Ended up actually sort of messing it up with the drop shot that was not perfect, but it was good enough for Fritz to miss the response. Perhaps it was also good enough that if Fritz landed it, Rublev would have had an easier pass or something. And now it's 15-30 down in the Fritz service game here. We've seen a lot of twists and turns in this match so far. Certainly feels like, it could be just about one game, 1 point here or there so far in this opening set, because after starting better, after the better start from Rublev, Fritz has pretty much joined him and also seemed to be in control for a moment, but suddenly he might be in trouble again, especially as Rublev is definitely in this rally and sort of dominating it, but Fritz finds a great counter. This is the sort of forehand loop that we were talking about when he doesn't have enough time, when he wants to get back into position. He can rely on this shot right now. But he gets pushed wide to that forehand corner again, and not even sure what the idea was this time because he just mishit it so that it was in the middle of the net. So I'm not sure if he was going for a similar shot again. And yeah, we're at 2 breakpoints for Rublev, who's 2 and 4 on breakpoint conversion, and Fritz has taken both chances that he had. Now Rublev is 2 and 5 as he can't get to that Fritz serve out wide, but the American will need another big one to try to keep himself in this game. One more breakpoint for the Russian. And he will need to save it on the second serve. Again in the backhand to backhand rally, but this time it's Fritz who manages to find the inside out forehand and clinches the point with it. A couple of big ones into the Rublev backhand, and I liked this last shot. It was just really smart to know that you don't need to hit it full power, but you can add a lot of spin to it, and with just good placement and less risk because of it, it's just gonna be good enough anyway. Nice stuff from the American. And yeah, it seems like they're just playing all these back to back cross court exchanges, and whoever finds the plus one, whoever finds the ability to play an inside out forehand first is gonna win. But this is very poor from Fritz. He got another great serve out wide on the deuce side, and just played it exactly into where Rublev was running. Just didn't really look at what the Russian was doing. Still not an easy shot for Rublev to control, but he manages to do that with this very short and more compact stroke on the backhand. And what a return from Rublev to stay in this point, which is the third break point in this game. But again, we're on the backhand cross-court exchange. Fritz gives Rublev the initiative back and misses that backhand. So we're gonna be at 5-4 now, and with Rublev serving to take the set. That return, we're not really gonna remember this return in this point because of course the rally finished like 10 shots later. But I think that was especially crucial. Certainly seemed like a serve that Fritz could already win the point with, but Rublev not only got it back but also managed to well, if not be in control of the rally, then at least find himself in a neutral position after that. And of course, that 40 all 40 all passing shot, sort of, where Fritz just played the ball back at him, but it still required a bit of invention for Rublev to make that shot, and not not the usual position, not the usual a movement pattern, not the usual stroke that you would go for. And he managed to land it, and he's gonna serve for the first set. Rublev favorite for this one, said John in the chat. Before the match, I think I said that it was just square even, and that's what it was like for the bookies as well. It seems, and I mean, right now, of course, it's easy to say that Rublev is the favorite if he's very close to taking the opening set, but I'm not gonna talk about stuff. I mean, I'm not gonna get into truisms like that. Yeah, he has played pretty much the same, I think, as Fritz. They've had better moments. They've had like 2 games or 3 games where they seemed in, if not in total control, then they definitely had the upper hand. We also have to remember about that 3-2 40-15 that Rublev had on his serve. Was already close to gaining a significant advantage there, but right now he's just gonna have to serve this set out. And if he can do that, then of course he's gonna be the favorite for the match. I mean, right now he's won already, but that's because he can serve this set out. That's a nice drop shot from Rublev. We've seen him go for this shot quite a lot today, which honestly, usually I don't associate him with drop shots. And Fritz was quite surprised as well. That's a similar mechanism, like with Alcaraz and the other guys playing the forehand drop shot, where if someone has the forehand of Rublev's quality, you don't know, like you have to be quite a lot behind the baseline, or maybe just far from the net, in order to try to catch the big stroke coming at you. And then when they suddenly drop shot, you're like completely stumped. But this one, this rally actually, Fritz survives the couple of big blows and eventually find the forehand inside out winner. That's a huge return from Fritz. That's the sort of one where a few games back I said that it would have been a beauty if he made it. This time he actually did, and it is a beauty. Drops down right on the baseline. Really nothing you can do. You fire the first serve, and then before you're even back on the ground, sometimes the serve is already on the baseline on your side. So I mean, the ball. Yeah, and not yet done for Rublev this set, because he now misses the backhand down the line to give Fritz 2 breakpoints back. As I said earlier, so many twists and turns, so many unexpected moments so far in this match. Ooh, that's nasty. Very similar return from Fritz as the 2 points ago, but it was not as fast. It had a higher trajectory, but it's just a terrible bounce. And Rublev also shows two with his hands, which I think he mentions that bounce that he had earlier that he was complaining about. So, but this one was much nastier. This one you can easily see from the TV feed, and Fritz gets the break back this way. So at 5-0. Still absolutely no idea what's gonna happen in this one. And 40 after 40 minutes in, we're at 10 games and it's 5-0. And yeah, there's just been so much stuff happening. Very good backhand. Well, down the line from Fritz right now to give himself the first point in the game. Sometimes so important to just start it well. About 25% chance of the losing the first point of your service game at the top ATP level decreases your chances of winning the game by 25%, or like even 30ish, 25-30. So it's usually very key, but right now it's not even that crucial because of course Spritz loses the next one, so it's 15 all. But another +1 combination. I didn't even think that Rublev's return was that bad, but of course on the clay, the chipped return tends to bounce a bit higher, and Fritz takes it for a +1 forehand. Almost winner. I think maybe Rublev touched it a little bit, but it was nowhere near to a stroke, let's say. Now there's a forehand drop shot from Fritz, and it should allow him to win the point. Yeah, still had to play a pretty difficult volley on the stretch, but it was well, when if he got it into the court, well, maybe not down the line, but if he just got it into the court, cross court, it was guaranteed to be a winner, and that's exactly what he did. Now 2 points for Fritz to get to 6-5. If we're looking back at this set and Fritz takes it, then certainly there's gonna be more for Rublev to um, regret, given the fact that he was 3-2 40-15 up on serve and didn't win the game, and of course the fact that he served for the set at 5-4. But now he's going to have to serve to stay in it. And with the amount of breaks that we've had so far in this match, it's not going to be that easy. I mean, it doesn't have to be, at least. Yeah, both guys playing a lot more backhands than forehands so far, which yeah, it's just very expected with how they both avoid these shots from their from the opponent. But very very big lead right now in for Fritz in terms of the shorter rallies, 26-15. That's actually pretty crazy. He's even winning all these short. I mean, he's winning all these short rallies on serve, which you would expect. But even on Rublev's serve, it's 9-all. So what is, I guess, the saving grace for Rublev is that in the longer points he's actually the one who's sort of dominating, 15-9 over yeah, when it goes over 5 shots. But kind of surprising that Rublev hasn't had any, well, not any, but almost any close points on serve. I mean, 50%. So close, sorry, short points on serve, 50%. That's kind of rare, especially as I remember him hitting a few big +1 winners as well, but certainly not as many as Fritz. And I suppose it makes sense that it's the American getting more out of his serve, even with the fact that he's already been broken 3 times. Now the big question is whether Rublev can stay in this set, whether he can give us a tiebreak. Some ATP feed insights where we can see that when it comes to the steal percentage, which I suppose is how many times you win from a defensive position, Fritz is at over 50% right now. So I guess that also kind of explains how Rublev is not really winning that many short rallies behind his serve. He's not gonna steal this point though, as he commits a backhand error, just didn't really get to the ball one more step forward, and he would have been in the right strike zone, but not like that. Good return at the Rublev backhand, and he mishits it, which gives Fritz another sort of small look into the Rublev service game at 15-0. I Oh wow, that was interesting. Rublev tried to wrong foot Fritz with the contre-pied backhand, but yeah, it was just nowhere near good enough. But then it seems like Fritz maybe slipped or something, just screwed up something there with the movement, and it was good enough anyway. And Fritz also sends this backhand return long, so Rublev now gets two balls to try to take us to a tiebreak, which would honestly be a very fair result, right? That they've been impossible to split throughout this, so I think a tiebreak would be a very fair result in this one. But not yet, says Fritz, as he goes for a big backhand at the Rublev forehand corner, and the Russian can't really play it back on the slide. So not yet. Maybe there's still some action. That's what Taylor Fritz will be hoping for in this one. He does get some action on the next point, but it's now Rublev on the defense after Fritz blasted a big backhand at his backhand corner. And the slice from Rublev opens up the opportunity for an inside out forehand winner from Fritz, and he really gladly takes it. So now suddenly Rublev is 2 points away from losing the set. Sorry, the set. Yeah, the set, of course. What am I talking about? I think that was a let, so it's gonna be a first serve again. And he is glad that it will be a first serve, but he could have done more with that plus one forehand winner. Of course, he could have. Maybe it's gonna be another point which Fritz steals because he really saved himself there, and he gets it. Um, just not doing enough on that plus one forehand Rublev. He allowed Fritz to get back into the rally. We saw another one of these loopier forehands that Fritz was able to reset with. So important on clay, but also in general, frankly. And it was deep enough to cause Rublev troubles. And I guess we can now see what the stats told us, right, about the short rallies on Rublev's serve. He's just not as dominant as Fritz on the plus one serve, plus 1 points. And another one forehand where he could have probably gone for more gets him into the big backhand to backhand rally. And Rublev is the one to make an error. So it's 5-7. Definitely a big difference in how easily they win short rallies on their serve. And yeah, I'm not surprised that the stats showed us that, because especially in this game, Rublev had a few forehands right after the serve that he could have taken much more aggressively. Just be more, yeah, just be more maybe unconventional with the direction of them. Just try to win the point earlier, and he did not, and got punished for that a few times. So many missed chances for Rublev in this set, right? He had 3-2, 40-15 up on serve. He had 5-4 on serve, and he had 40-15 to get to a tiebreak. And now it's 5-7. And yeah, he was also like doing something with the towel boxes when he was leaving for the toilet. I mean, by doing something, I mean just throwing them around a bit. So clearly not happy with how this set went. Rublev winning a lot less than 50% points on his behind his own serve in the set, as Fritz broke him 4 times. I also wanted to see this, like the average speed. Yeah, the average speed of the Rublev forehand is much faster than of the Rublev forehand is a bit much maybe isn't right. It's faster than the Fritz forehand, but when it comes to the backhand, it's pretty clear that it's Fritz who has, like, maybe if not the more threatening shot, because he doesn't really go for like winners out of it or anything. For him, it's actually much easier to create offense from both sides, and I guess that's also what we saw in the Tsitsipas match in yeah, yesterday, simply yesterday. And this was very important, and yeah, just Fritz being able to generate so many, especially in the latter half of the set, of course, just many shorter points for himself behind his serve, while Rublev has been unable to do that. And when it comes to the return as well, much more returns made by Fritz, 79% to 67 on the first serve, 94 to 87 on the second serve, and he's just able to be very well. He's just able to get into even more points on the Rublev serve, as we also saw in one of the insights from the TV feed. A very high steal percentage for Fritz, which well, it's still like a bit of a fancy stat, but it kind of tells you that in many of these short rallies on the Rublev serve, despite initially losing it, despite initially Rublev having the upper hand, Fritz is able to just get back into them. Um, yeah, Fritz is very often able to actually get back into them, and that's what's been sort of killing Rublev so far. But it would also be kind of unfair to say that it's very much lost him the set or something, because well, let's be honest, like, it was still super tight, and as we said, he missed so many chances to, if not put himself in the position to win the set, like the one at 3-2 40-15, then even serve it out, and of course then get it to a tiebreak. So there is hope for Rublev, but he also needs to keep his head straight, which we'll see if he's able to do. If after the toilet break, maybe he's going to come back a different man. And we are already back, and Fritz is gonna serve. Of course, again, another backhand to backhand rally, and this time it's Fritz who makes the error. Good depth from Rublev, kinda forces it out from him. Fritz has surprised me this tournament. Mind you, Wawrinka must be kicking himself. He had Fritz on the ropes, says John. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Wawrinka had a fantastic opportunity to beat Fritz. I was actually expecting him to. Not really that, not really because of the fact that I think Fritz was particularly weak on clay anymore or something, but just remembering how he played in the first match in Monte Carlo last year against Katarina, just felt like he was going to be a bit vulnerable. And yeah, I think he was. What was it, like 5 set points that Stan had in that opener? And yeah, especially at this stage of his career, Wawrinka is definitely so much better when he has a lot of time to set up for his strokes. And Monte Carlo honestly felt like a very good opportunity for him to get a bit of a run. He has been playing very well in the past few months, I would say, Wawrinka. Definitely the best we've seen from him since the injuries. Monte Carlo is also the only ATP 1000 event that he won in 2014. Rublev misses a forehand. That was, well, just a cheap error that he should have probably avoided at love 30. It's love 30 because earlier Fritz double faulted, I think, to in the second point. I was thinking about Wawrinka and not paying that much attention, but I think he double faulted. But this forehand is much better from Rublev, and it forces out an error. Very, very dynamic, jumping onto the ball early, taking it right after the bounce, and just Fritz couldn't really cover that forehand corner, but not many could with this sort of a stroke from Rublev. And he has 2 break points already to start the first set. Start the second set just like he did in the first. And I think that's exactly how he'll do it, because that's a sensational forehand return, and it's gonna be again a break for Rublev at the very beginning of the match. Yeah, Muffy is our resident weatherman, telling us about the forecast, but it seems like so far it's good. Hopefully, it's gonna stay like this. And John also says that Rublev fans needed to look away during most of his opening match against Munar. Yeah, mostly the first set and maybe a moment, but certainly it hasn't really felt like we've seen the peak version of Rublev in this event. But what's really even the peak version of Rublev, right? Monte Carlo against Nadal, I suppose. But I think it would be kind of unwise to expect like an ultra peaking Rublev here after, well, as the Sunshine Double, he was just very mediocre, right? But he has played himself into some better disposition, and certainly even with like a 90% version of his abilities, he has the game to win these matches, right? Against Fritz, against Sinner Rune. It would be a missed chance for him, but mostly for that reason that, well, he still hasn't got that big title. And when's there going to be a better chance to grab it for the Russian? But so far he is on his way to, well, sort of wasted. Not that he necessarily did that much wrong, and well, in the end of that set, outside of not taking the scoreboard opportunities, but I think if the pattern from the first set is gonna continue, then Rublev should hold here, but we'll see as they're in yet another backhand cross court rally. And Rublev tries to change it, tries to go for a big forehand down the line, but I think it's out. He has asked the umpire to check, but I think it is, yeah, very clearly out. So now Rublev is 15-30 down in that game. We'll see if he's going to be able to consolidate. We see the Hawkeye, they show us the Hawkeye display on stream, which is very weird because in the match against, what was it? It was Struff Rublev, right? Where a few times it was it didn't agree with the umpire, but of course it's not really um, like it's not really any much any indicator on clay, because even Hawkeye says that it's just not really that accurate because the particles of clay move. Yeah, it's pretty weird that they like still show it to us even though it's not accurate in the TV feed. Of course, it doesn't change anything for the actual match. Like, it's still the umpire's call, but it can lead to some yeah, just umpires looking very bad in the broadcasts, and usually probably for the wrong reasons or something like that. Very different thing, of course, with the Fox 10 real bounce that we saw in Estoril, for example, or even in non-clay events, but well, Estoril recently. That's a couple of fantastic forehands from Rublev, though. Now really dictating from that forehand side as he was in the opening two games of the first set. So maybe we really are going to see a very similar sequence of games here. Let's say that. 40-30, Rublev. And will he be able to clinch this game? Not yet. Misses the backhand after a very deep backhand cross-court return from Fritz. The last few games, Rublev has definitely struggled to, well, clinch them, even if he had some points to do that. And maybe we're going to see something similar here as we're at deuce. But this is a great serve, and he should be able to capitalize. It takes him a couple of shots, but he eventually does. It takes him a drive volley and then a smash, but there was never really any danger that Fritz was going to come back to that rally, unless Rublev missed the shot. So another game point for Rublev, and will he be able to do that this time? Another great serve, but the return will be in. +1 forehand, Fritz with some good defense, but not good enough. Just like Fritz had that one forehand in the opener, I think at 4-all. A very smart call from Rublev to go for a slightly more spinny forehand, just focusing on the placement instead of the power, and Fritz was never going to get to it anyway. And yeah, we've got 5-7-2 love up for Rublev. Perhaps if we haven't seen the opening set, we'd say, oh, Rublev is now very likely to get it to a decider, but In the first set, of course, breaks did not really matter that much. Rublev has already been broken 4 times, and I think Fritz just as many. Fritz gets a good start to try to ensure that he doesn't get a fifth doesn't get broken for the fifth time here. Another big +1 forehand that almost wins him the point almost instantly. But this one does not work like that, and not this one was. We've seen already a few big returns like this from Rublev, where Fritz serves down the tee on the outside, and Rublev just sort of slides into it, hammers it, and it's been very successful. This is what gave him allowed him to stay in the point on the break point at 4-all, which eventually might seem inconsequential um, in the long run, but it was very important back then when it allowed him to serve for the set. A backhand error from Fritz gives Rublev another look at his serve, 15-30. To hold on to that pattern from the opener, Fritz would now have to hold, but free love or double break at any time is not an advantage that Rublev held in the opening set. We've also seen this a few times already, where Rublev tries to be very aggressive with the backhand return, lunges forward into it, and then just cannot recover, cannot get himself back into position, and Fritz very swiftly capitalizes on that. I guess just did not do enough on the backhand return to put enough pressure on Fritz so that his shot would not be as laser-like as this forehand was, frankly. This return gives Rublev a lot of a big chance in this point. Oh, but Fritz chases down the stop volley. Also, another small opportunity in this game where, in this point where Rublev didn't really do enough with the forehand, and then some great running from Taylor to play that short angle backhand pass. But that loopy, moonballish forehand return from Rublev gave him a short ball, and he didn't really do enough with it. Even the volley he played was already from a very tough position because of that. Is that gonna be? Wow, that's some amazing movement again from Fritz, and Rublev barely misses the backhand wide. So we're still on track for that first set sequence of games, let's say. What's okay on the chat? How's Fritzy doing so well on clay? Um, Frankly, two things. I mean, it does not move like a cow on ice anymore. Oh, let's say three things. So, A, he does not move like a cow on ice anymore. Definitely not. Which, like in 2019, you couldn't really watch Taylor Fritz on clay most of the time. I remember he had a couple of matches with like Bautista Agut in one year where, it was just very, very hard to watch that guy on clay, but of course not anymore. Part of that is my B idea, which is the way he's just covering his forehand corner now, more similar to he's actually using the clay to his advantage a lot of the time to slide into it and just give himself more time with the higher trajectory of the response, and also the way his backhand has improved, and that's probably also what like got him to this version of Taylor Fritz right now when he's like one of the best players in the world, right? The fact that he now has two shots instead of one, that's a bit of a stretch. Like it was never really that much of a liability. It was never Felix Auger-Aliassime, but it was certainly not as potent as it is, not as dangerous as it is right now. And especially in matches against guys like Rublev here, who we see so many of these backhand cross-court rallies, and also matches like against Tsitsipas, right? It's just so huge. when one guy has this huge hole in his game and the other one not really. Rublev doesn't have as much of a hole as Tsitsipas has, definitely not. But and that's also maybe why this match has been much closer than the one Fritz played yesterday. But it's not out of nowhere, right? He wasn't in the quarterfinals in Monte Carlo last year, and generally over the years he's been quite steadily improving, I would say. On clay at least, but of course in on like the other surfaces his rise was less steady. It was actually more yeah, just more instant rather than that. From this stat on the TV feed, we learned that Fritz was hitting his forehand much bigger in the previous round, which is kind of interesting. Rublev is more or less at the same. 130 kilometers an hour for Fritz in the previous rounds, only 121 today, which is a pretty big difference. Interesting. But it also could be because he's defending more of the forehand side rather than, well, rather than what he was doing against Tsitsipas, where he was the one in mostly dominating the games, the points, the rallies. Who did he play earlier? Wawrinka. Yeah, then that was like a huge exchange of big shots, right? And also, yeah, against Lehechka, I guess it was somewhat similar, especially in the last set and a half, to the match with Tsitsipas. Here, Rublev has a good chance to go 3-1 up, though, but a very very deep a very deep backhand from Fritz forces out the error. So 30 all, and if the first serve pattern is going to continue, then we will see the break here, and then another break, and then another break. But maybe the guys are going to change it up a little bit this time. Second serve from Rublev on that 30 all point, so that's already not great for him. Fritz plays a good return, but Rublev is back into the point. Not anymore, though. Huge backhand down the line from Fritz. I think the first one we've really seen from him that's this like instantly winning the point. We've seen a few that were maybe a little more conventional in their direction, but still like gave him the point because of them forcing the error from Rublev. But this one was just a killer. And a similarly killer shot from Rublev here. +1 forehand, very tough inside in. He just lands it on the line. Bold choice in that 40-30 game. I mean, on that 30-40 point. And maybe something that also we kind of lacked from him in the last few games of the opening set, when especially the last couple of points at 5-6, he really should have gone for more on the +1 forehand and allowed Fritz back into the point. No such mistake this time. And this time in the backhand rally, it's Rublev who finds the opportunity to go for the inside-out forehand, but it didn't last. Fritz again recovers very, very well from being pushed deep to his forehand corner, but doesn't make the next shot. So Rublev with a game point now. Yeah, Fritz knows this was a big opportunity, and certainly looks like he regrets missing that. Was that in? I guess it was. Fritz is gonna check, but yeah, looks like he has invited the umpire to check the mark, but doesn't look too hopeful. And indeed, Manuel Messina confirms that the serve from Rublev was in. So we're at 3-1 Rublev in the second set. So already that first serve sequence of games has been broken. New balls have been given to the players, and Fritz is gonna be the first to serve with them. Just a second serve return from Rublev that landed out. So Fritz gets off to a decent start in this game. Tries to take the backhand very, very early, but it's just not anywhere close, frankly. So 15-all now. And another +1 backhand error from Fritz gives Rublev another look into his service game. Um, Fritz's girlfriend not looking quite as happy as she was after the opener here. Especially as Fritz is now gonna have to play this point after his second serve. Looks like Rublev just missed that backhand return cross court that we have seen so much from him today. Always plays it very close to the line, and well, this time it just barely didn't land in. So 30-all now. Huge return from Rublev. This is very similar to what Fritz hit a couple of games back. Just serve out wide to the Rublev forehand, and he totally hammers it up to down. Perhaps a little too much into his strike zone, and the same would go, of course, for the Rublev serve earlier to Fritz's. But anyway, he got punished for that, and there is a break point. Rublev is in control of the point with the forehand. Has he made it? I don't think he has. Yeah. A bit of a miss hit from Rublev as he didn't give himself enough time to get in the right position for the inside in forehand. It landed very close to the line despite the miss hit, but didn't land in. Another point that Fritz, steals. You know what I mean. Another point that has been sort of noted by the TV feed as steals, and yeah, certainly a lot of them from Fritz today. But this he's not gonna steal this one though, and it's again a breakpoint for Rublev, who would be very close to taking the set if he was to break here 4-1 up. And it's going to be a second serve from Fritz. So a big opportunity for the Russian. Again, tries to take it with the very same return, and this time lands it, and it gives him the point. Like 2 or 3 errors like this from Fritz this game, where Rublev goes for a big return at his backhand, and he just cannot really, time it well with how early it is at his feet. So Rublev 4-1 up, and definitely a very different sequence than in the opening set right now, and he is in a good position to win this. Let me see what was in the comments. That unicorn on a skateboard. Ghosty is asking, can I slide on hard? More or less. Frankly, I slide on everything. But I don't know, you still need to play good shots after these slides, and that's what loses me, I guess. But yeah, I pretty much slide on anything, I think. Tiago has a lot of topspin on his forehand. My understanding is that's good for clay, no? Yeah, why not? He is not useless on clay, right? I mean, he perhaps would like to play on something faster, but certainly big topspin for clay is not wrong for TFO. That's not what leads to his clay results being weaker than the other ones. Let's say that, or maybe that. I hit pretty flat, but I've got a little looper for defense as Ghosty. Yeah, that's probably a good combination. That's kind of what Taylor Fritz is doing on clay, and it clearly works. I was reading that the Medvedev Rune match was scheduled early because Rune was still in the doubles draw. Yeah, that's precisely the point, I think. But of course, the whole situation just got messier later on when, oh wow, yeah, Rublev apologizes because he just played a completely accidental shot, but it gives him the point. Yeah, that was what happened. But well, of course, later on with Rune and Fritz withdrawing, it kind of looks stupid, and I still wish there was another way to handle this, because of course if they wanted to just put Rune Medvedev last on the center court, then they would probably have to put their doubles last as well, like after that, even after suitable rest. And then if some of the singles matches were longer, then you would probably be risking that this time it's Rune and Fritz going to bed at 11 p.m., like not even going to bed but finishing their matches, right? So yeah, tough situation. I think we can just end it with, it's a shame it had to be like that. But of course, very likely that Rune would have beaten Medvedev anyway. I mean, on clay, I think he definitely had the chance to. It's just we would have seen a better match. Let's maybe say that. Hey Jane, Jane's waving at us. There was an overrule, it says, from Manuel Messina, but I don't think that's actually true, because he agreed with the call, I think. That's a great another steal from Fritz, and he has really been getting so many points out of these defensive positions. This time with a good lob, Rublev got to it, but was already far behind in the point once he had to go on such a huge run. Is that Paolo Lorenzi? I think that is Paolo Lorenzi in the crowd. What a beautiful man, legend, absolute legend of the challenger circuit, and someone who I think with his late bloomer career, and also with just how um, nice and hardworking, just humble guy he was, got a lot of fans later in his career. Definitely, despite his tennis not being that fun, maybe that entertaining, I was certainly one of them. And I think he's the tournament director in the Challenger in Cagliari in a couple of weeks. So maybe we're going to see each other with Paolo Lorenzi. Of course, he doesn't know who I am, but um, that doesn't really matter. It just would be fun. Deuce, as Fritz approaches the net and eventually just makes a forehand volley error. Rublev with a bit of a relief gesture. Don't think he would have made it to that one. Big forehands from Rublev now, who's running around his backhand, and it clips the net, but it was still a pretty decent angle. So 4-1 up, and also game point up now. 5-1 up, surely he wins the set, right? 4-1, we can still have some, 4-2, we can still have some doubts, but 5-1 up, we can go make some tea or something. I mean, of course, I'm going to stay here, but just laughing about it. But this time, Fritz wrongfoots him with the forehand, and Rublev does not put it over the net, so still has to work for this game. Certainly, plenty of and occurrences like this in this match so far, where Rublev has a couple of game points, or just an opportunity to extend his lead, and then doesn't take it. But he will be hoping that this isn't one of them. But a double fault is not going to help him with that, though, as Fritz now has the point to break back. And I think that's good for Rublev. So this time he is again risking it for on the +1 forehand, finding the line. very similarly to one of the games in the set, where he was also breakpoint down and also found that huge inside in forehand winner. This one was just a regular cross court one, but also on the line, and yeah, that's something that he kind of lacked in the business end on the of the opening set, let's say. But again, still it's deuce, so still some work to be done if he wants to clinch this game. Less work to be done now after Fritz misses that forehand. Another chance to go 5-1 up from the Russian. Can he do it this time? Not with his first serve. It's going to be on the second one. It's the same ball, interestingly. Not many players do that. Very risky second serve, but Fritz is able to get to it anyway. Um, Rublev thought he was going to stretch Fritz very wide there with the backhand, but Fritz actually sort of lunges towards it and gets a very, very good cross-court return in. And Rublev cannot handle the depth on it. So after 6 minutes already in that game, we're back to deuce. Fritz recovers after a good serve from Rublev, but he's still behind in the point a bit. But okay, a mistimed backhand is going to once again give Rublev the game point. Can he clinch it this time? Let's see. Good serve, and it is out, just barely out from Fritz. That return. I'm kind of surprised that Rublev was so so confident that it was gonna fall out, because just barely missed it. But anyway, 5-1 up after 33 minutes in this game, so in this set. So Rublev has definitely put himself in this position, in the position to win this. They should be penalized for withdrawing from doubles, says Tennis Tweet. Yeah, that would be some sort of an idea, definitely. If you were to just say, okay, if you're withdrawing from doubles, you're withdrawing from singles as well, right? Like that's probably the only real option to sort this out. But then I guess the singles players wouldn't sign up, and then it's estimated that maybe people want to watch doubles, which still they don't. I think most of the time. Guys, whose side are you on with the Medi Zverev drama? Says Tennis Tweet. I don't know if there's that much drama there. I definitely agree with Medvedev that if maybe he sometimes isn't like the cleanest player in the world. He said it himself. But in that Zverev match, I wouldn't say he did anything wrong. He has to pee, so he goes for a toilet break. And what he also said, which was very funny, but I think also precisely right, was that Zverev was suggesting that he went for that toilet break to make him play worse, and the toilet break essentially had completely the other way around. Like the impact of the toilet break was completely the other way around. So yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. Kind of funny though that Medvedev, said these words that well, he's not really friends with Zverev. While Zverev has been trying to claim that he and his wife, that Medvedev and his wife are friends with him, and etc. So yeah, I guess certainly on Medvedev's side in that in that sense. Rublev saves himself after that backhand from Fritz, and the drop shot is not good enough, so it's going to be 2 set points for the Russian already. Interesting development in this match, certainly. With so many close games in the second set, you can't really say that so much has changed, right? In this match, I mean, maybe Rublev has just been a bit bolder. But in general, there's been just so many close games in this set that it's not like he's been crushing Fritz. But if you only look at the scoreline, that's how it's going to look. And it's going to look like there's been some huge change between the opening set and this. Will he clinch the set already, though? He is on the defense. Rublev, Fritz playing off the forehand. Rublev tries to find a backhand down the line, but just misses. Very disappointed. He is, of course. I mean, I'm not really partisan here or anything. If anyone tuning in, okay. John's saying that if anyone tuning in is going to be in Barcelona or Madrid, he can catch up with him. If anyone is going to be in Cagliari in a couple of weeks, you're probably going to be able to catch up with me. But I don't know if anyone is traveling to the Challenger. A double fault from Fritz gives the third set point to Rublev. Oh, a tennis tweet has he's on he or she, I don't know, sorry, probably he, that he's on Zverev's side. Medvedev's behavior is getting tiresome. It's gamesmanship, and I think it was actually worse in Indian Wells. Yeah, I agree that it was worse in Indian Wells. Like, I don't think in Madrid, other than the the thing that he did with the net stick, like there was nothing really, and he does this, he gets a warning, right? It should be like that, and that's really it. So but the toilet break that Zverev was talking about, nah, I don't really buy it. You wanna go pee, so you go pee. I mean, and it's also a bit of a pattern that Zverev is always the first one. Oh, and Fritz double faults again. I guess it doesn't really matter since we're going to a third anyway. But well, he ends the set on a bit of a sour taste. Um, I wanted to say that there is a bit of a pattern as well. That Zverev is the one to call out these guys constantly, right? He's the first to call out these guys, and he's like not really perfect himself, I would say. Even though I'm also not in the team of people who are like calling him the devil or something, but he also has had a number of well, unpleasant behaviors on the court, especially of course the Acapulco one with the umpire. There's a conversation about Tsitsipas on the chat. Is Fritz doing an Ostapenko? In what sense? Tanking in the second set? Well, not really. I mean, in the second set, yeah, as I said earlier, I think that there was just many close games, which, well, I wouldn't say it was as lopsided as the scoreline suggested. Definitely not. And it's definitely not a given either that Rublev is going to win the third one now. Even when you look at like how the exact points well in the games went, right? In the last two service games of Rublev, he faced a break point, and also in the only other service game that he played this set, he was taken to deuce. So yeah, definitely not as easy as the scoreline suggested, but it is 6-1 up. Whatever, like it doesn't really matter right now anymore, right? We're in the third set, and that's gonna be. Medvedev is just milking his funny attitude, and it's getting boring now, says Sapna Singh. Yeah, it's an opinion for sure. I think to me it's more funny still. Like I think he has an interesting. Oh, tennis tweet is a girl. Sorry, as I said, I didn't know. But yeah, as what Sapna said, to me it's certainly still more funny than annoying. He has a different personality than others, and that's kind of fun. But I also understand their opinion. Certainly, if someone is complaining so much, like in every single game he plays on clay or Indian Wells, which is basically clay like a little bit. I can see how this can get annoying, definitely. So yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong, definitely not. And they're already back. No long toilet breaks or anything. And just like the whole match, we already have that long backhand exchange. Rublev is the first one to find the inside-out forehand, but they're back into the backhand exchange. This is probably the longest one we've had all match. Fritz hit an inside-out forehand, but now they're back into that backhand exchange, and Fritz makes the error first, which I guess is kind of surprising. 28 shots in that rally. I'm pretty sure this was the longest one we've had all match. I can remember 17 being shown on the screen before, but But yeah, this was out of all these backhand exchanges that we've had, this was definitely the most tedious, the longest one of them. Now it's Rublev running into that forehand with a lot of speed, a lot of energy, and he eventually gets an error from Fritz with a great backhand down the line. So 30 love up. Yeah, this time he should be able to clean up this short point on serve as well, plus on forehand and then a smash. But it was all, of course, set up by the good serve. 40 love up. Looks for his first clean service game probably since a very long time, right? Because there was that. Yeah, at 4-all there was yeah, probably at 3-4 down in the first. That was the last service game of Rublev that was easily won by him, right? It was a long time. It's been a long time anyway. But he actually won 6-1. He won the second set 6-1, of course, breaking Fritz 3 times. Fritz finds a backhand down the line return winner now, though. So maybe he can still do some damage in this Rublev service game, but still 2 game points for the Russian. Another good serve out wide, and Fritz's equally aggressive forehand return doesn't land in. So we are well. We have started the third set with a Rublev service hold. The previous 2 sets were both started by Fritz. Rublev rally hit points. They're showing us a stat where, yeah, in the second set he was simply stepping into the court more. As I guess we also sort of noticed that he was just being a bit bolder with it. Of course, he was also allowed to get there much more frequently than Fritz. That's also how it works. And yeah, we'll see if Rublev can stop these run of games, which, as we said, maybe wasn't exactly like it wasn't exactly that simple for for Rublev as it seems from just the game spread, but it's certainly something that that Fritz is gonna have to stop sooner or later if he is to win this match. Yeah, sorry, just trying to clip that. I think that that graph is gonna be very helpful to me later, so I'm just saving it. Fritz was love 15 down already in this game, but he drew out an error from Rublev to still keep himself in a fairly comfortable spot on serve. And he is going to go up 30-15 as well. Just misses this forehand though, and it's going to be 30 all. So already a small chance for Rublev. This weird run of games that Rublev has gotten, given how they went, might still, psychologically be very important for him. Even though, yeah, if you think about it, they've been super close, but still, he's the one taking them all. Deep backhand from Rublev. He tries to go for that. I mean, he finds the opportunity for that inside out forehand that he really is looking for the whole match, and same, of course, with Fritz. But he is again complaining about the bounce here and misses it. So Fritz with a game point to take it to 1-all in the decider. And that ace is going to be good enough, of course, to to let him do just that. One all, and of course now Andrey Rublev to serve. We're into yet another backhand cross-court rally. And the guys really love it, but Fritz is the one who gets the opportunity for his favorite shot earlier, and he takes it. He takes it and gets some good depth towards Rublev. Rublev again doesn't really like the bounce. He has been he's been complaining a lot about this, but of course that's whatever the clay court in the world is, you're always gonna get that. We also have a camera on Holger Rune, I think, with Mike James, the analyst from the Muratoglu Academy, watching this match on the screen in the players' lounge probably. And I think they're laughing of Rublev's reactions right now because, well, he was complaining about yet another bad bounce now, as he falls love 30 down, but Fritz cannot get this forehand return over the net, and that puts Rublev back into this game. 15:30. Sorry, some notifications. I don't know if you can hear it. Hopefully not, but if you can, sorry. Big forehand return from Fritz, though. Again, a little too conventional on the forehand on the second serve from Rublev. That's something that he can definitely be guilty of. And 2 breakpoints for Fritz. Ay, ay, ay. He sent him out wide with the first serve, and while the return from Fritz was definitely quite good, it was deep, it was pretty fast. You would expect Rublev to do something with it, at least on the forehand side, but he did not. He shanks it, and now it's actually Fritz leading the third set, which in the last game we were sort of wondering if the match isn't running away from him a little bit, but clearly not anymore. And he will be serving for a 3-1 lead after the changeover finishes. Let me see if there was anything in the. Oh yeah, yeah. If you're seeing comments on the Talking Tennis account, it's John. I try to, like, if I can also type comments from that account, but then I try to, like, give a slash Damien or something. Uh, Maybe sometimes I'm not gonna do that. I don't think there was some discussion on Wimbledon, but I'm probably not gonna go into that right now. We're just gonna focus on the Fritz service game that is going to happen in a very short time, in just a second, in fact. Yeah, and Fritz is now just hitting his shoes with his racket to try to get the clay off, and we'll start that game at 2-1 up. A little out of nowhere that last break was, but I guess with how almost all of these games in the second set were so close, you can't really say that either. But certainly just a couple of weirder errors from Rublev, especially of course the two which he complained about the bounce in. So which just really put him behind and set him behind in that game. Now Fritz sets himself behind in the next game, and quite heavily as well, because the first point was a forehand unforced error, and the second one was just a double fault. He's sixth of the match, and it feels like at least 2, 3 of them were in pretty important spots, like they weren't in at 40 love. It was, yeah, like this one, which can really put himself in a poor position in the game. But he gets back on the board though. Great +1 forehand combination. So maybe he can make this double fault non-relevant. It actually started raining, it seems. We see on the broadcast. It's not too heavy yet, but the people in the crowd are taking out their umbrellas. And Fritz commits another forehand unforced error. 3 points in this game have been either a +1 forehand error or a +1 forehand winner from Fritz, and the fourth was, of course, the double fault. Now they're in another one of these backhand to backhand cross-court exchanges. No one can take it to the forehand side yet. Rublev gets the short ball, but can he capitalize on it? Some great defense from Fritz again to still stay in the point, and he is in the point. He's still in the point somehow, just defending so well on the backhand side, and he is back in it fully. Another loopy forehand counter. He's been behind in basically the whole rally, and yet he's still surviving. He's still giving Rublev some pretty tough shots to make. Perhaps the Russian could have thought about going to the net a few times. But yeah, very tired Fritz is right now, but rightfully so. But he played a fantastic defensive point, and eventually found himself an opening to go for a wrong footing forehand winner. 40 shot rally. Break point in the second set. But frankly, yeah, there were probably a few moments where Rublev could have gone to the net. That's not really part of his game most of the time, though. And he's like forced to it. And that kind of made him lose it, but also some phenomenal defense from Fritz here. And also clinical when he finally found that option to end the point for himself with one shot. But will he be able to serve now after this draining rally? Because the first one landed like 3 miles out. Ugh, barely made it with that second serve, and a beautiful backhand winner down the line from Rublev gets him the break back. So we're at 2-all. The question is for how long will the weather allow us to play this one? Doesn't look like the players are thinking of talking to the umpire yet. So maybe it's just very very light, but it seems like a lot of people in the crowd have their umbrellas out by now. We have a replay of the reaction from Rublev after that shot. Such a prolonged shriek, I would even say. But yeah, after losing that 40-shot rally, it must have been very important for him to claim the next point. And he also claims the very next point as well, 15 love in his own game. Hopefully the rain will remain as light or maybe even end. Fritz misses a makeable return to let Rublev go 30 love up. We've got some shots of Cedric Mourier as well, the supervisor, former of course umpire as well on the ATP tour, talking to someone on the walkie-talkie. So I guess they're probably the assumption is that they're talking about the rain and what they want to do with it. But for now, Andrey Rublev doesn't care. Andrey Rublev hits another forehand winner. He has, I think, evened out the score in terms of these with Fritz, which in the opening set, Fritz was heavily up in terms of forehand winners. But that's also related to, yeah, just Rublev playing more inside the court and being braver with his directions, with his positioning. And he just slams another big forehand to get an error from Fritz. Now what's going to happen here? Are we still playing? I hope we are. No one is there to to cover Rublev with the I don't know how to even call it, like the the thing that blocks I guess it is a form of an umbrella, the ones that they have over their benches. But he eventually called someone to do that. Manuel Messina is checking the court to see if it's still okay to play or not. Some people in the crowd leaving, but I think they're still going to continue. Are they? There's some talks right now between the umpire and some other some other fellas. Let's say. I don't know who that is. Messina is getting back to the to the chair and talking with Fritz. So it looks like they will be playing. Fritz is complaining a little bit, and Messina is just showing him that the court is fine. It's not the lines aren't slippery. It's funny how much you can get just from gestures, like not listening to the sound, but looks like we should still be playing, I think, and I hope as well. Fritz definitely looks like the one who right now wants to get off the court compared to Rublev. Who does everyone want to win MC? Says Tennis Tweet. I would like to see Rune win it, probably. Like that would make the most sense, I think, in terms of where they are, I think, in their careers. Of course, Sinner, I think he will get that title eventually, but I'm not sure if it's going to be here. Although at this point, everyone has a very decent chance. Rublev would be huge for him because, well, we are not sure if he's going to get that big title ever. Sinner, I think we're pretty sure he is going to get it eventually. Yeah, let's see if they even come back because yeah, looks like they're gonna be packing their stuff now. Yeah. So the question is, what do we do here? As the match seems to be, yeah, it is getting interrupted. They're getting off the court. Though it pains me to admit, Tom Holland is the best Spider-Man. He's definitely like the only one who captured the true essence of the character, I would say, in that he's a teenager, right? And like Peter Parker initially, of course, right now probably I haven't read a Spider-Man comic in that was released post 1965 probably, but right now he's not a teenager anymore, of course, but like the sheer essence of the character was this clumsy teenager, right? And no, I'm not doing karaoke. And the sheer essence of the character was the clumsy teenager who had he was bullied by other guys in school and like had this girl that he liked at school, but and then he suddenly gets bitten by the spider and everything changes, but he still cannot really show it to the world. Of course, he's still the same nerd. He's still the same guy who's sort of getting bullied, right? And probably Holland, mostly because of his age, but also because he plays it well, is the only one who really captures that. and Garfield, Maguire, they were all so much older when they played it, and I think that kind of sets them apart from Holland. I like them all, frankly. In the newest one, when they all came back, and there was that whole multiverse thing. I think that was very cool. And for I don't know if I'm a fan of the whole Spider-Man film franchise, because honestly, the films mostly are kind of mediocre to me. I think. Still, it was super cool. Like when they all teamed up, and yeah, just the interactions between them, the acknowledgement of the previous movies as well. That's good. Yeah, interrupted. Where's John, and can he tell me what should I do? um, the cartoon multiverse one, yeah, absolutely. Into the Spider Verse, I think it was the subtitle. I also love that one. Probably the best Spider-Man movie to date, I think. Spider-Man into the Spider Verse. But well, of course, it's very much different to all the others, and doesn't like exist in the same universe. So it's hard to compare. I mean, the spider was still radioactive. Like it wasn't necessarily radioactive, but it was like it was still, there was a lab scene, and the spider was something happened to him. I can't remember what, but yeah, his web shooters were actually done mechanically. But I think this was even talked about in the newest Spider-Man movie, when they were like all together, and they couldn't believe that Tobey Maguire can shoot the webs out of his wrists. And but yeah, in the comics, of course, he did the webs himself, and a lot of stuff, right? I mean, he was doing so much stuff with technology. But I think, isn't Holland also doing the web shooters and like all the other stuff with technology, with the Stark technology? I think he is. It was that there was definitely a scene in what's the new one? No Way Home, something like that. There was definitely a scene when they were in the kitchen or something, and they were just talking shop, I guess, between the three Spider-Mans, and there was like they were surprised that Maguire can shoot the webs out of his wrists. So it was a point in the movie for sure. Yeah, I've absolutely no clue what we're doing right now. At least they have covers in Monte Carlo, which is good because, well, Houston didn't have it, and etc. Tobey Maguire probably has too much booze in his blood for the radioactive juice to take hold. Wow, is Tobey Maguire like an alcoholic? I haven't heard of it. If Macaulay Culkin played Spider-Man, then he probably would have had too much drugs in his system or something. But that's probably a bit unfair as well. I think he's cleaner these days too. Anyway, John, where the hell are you? Tell me if I can. What are we doing? Um, yeah, you probably should, if you have enough knowledge about the movies to tell us who's the best Spider-Man according to you. Then I think you're gonna enjoy it a lot. Yeah, the scenes with Garfield, Maguire, and Holland are really great. Even though I'm honestly not that much of a fan of this whole Avengers and like etc. And like the whole use of technology in superhero movies kind of takes out the magic for me, but certainly watchable for these scenes between the three Spider-Mans. Um, yeah, I guess I'll maybe text John on Twitter or something. Hopefully, it's just short, and maybe it's gonna be. John is filling his brain with history so that he may continue to smash you and Mario at the pub trivia night. Frankly, Mario didn't even get there, so I don't know how good Mario would have been, but he certainly would have helped us. He certainly would have helped us with the two Italian questions, which was what's the capital of some region of, I think, of Tuscany, and also what's the Italian word for butterfly. And we guessed Florence, but we had no idea what's the Italian word for for butterfly. But John was actually not too helpful, frankly, on the pub quiz. I feel like I was. I feel like I was. I was better. Be screw that fake honesty, fake humility. Sorry. I'm getting tired of the super movie thing. To be honest, says Ghosty. Yeah, I can get that. I'm certainly kind of tired of it as well. I haven't even watched most of them. Fabio Fonini's house is the capital of Tuscany. Okay, I have no clue if Fonini even is from Tuscany, but let's say you're right. Oh, he's from Sanremo. It's a shame then that he wasn't playing in the Sanremo Challenger. But I guess Fonini is not the kind of guy who's gonna stay on the tour if he has to play lower tier events, right? He's probably just gonna be saying goodbye at that point. That's at least my assumption about what Fabio Fonini is going to do with his career. Especially now that he has such a good reason to return home as well, right? Beautiful wife, children. Why would he? Why would he do something that gives him a lot of stress? I guess, but we'll see. Maybe he can still save his career in the next few weeks. Although I think he was injured just now, right? So that's why he didn't play Monte Carlo, and his ranking is getting very close to falling out of the top 100. I think it's even out of the top 100 live. So on Monday he's gonna be out of the top 100 for like the first time in a billion years, probably. I actually, that could be a good tweet tomorrow or on Monday, realistically. When he falls out of the top 100, because I would assume that Fonini has been there very long, unless he had like a long injury, but I don't think he did. I'm just checking out. Yeah, 2009 was the last time we did not have Fabio Fonini in the top 100. So 14 years. In fact, almost exactly 14 years. It's going to be 14 years and 4 days. No, sorry, he was first in the top 100 on. I mean, not first in the top 100, but he entered it again on the 20th of April. So it's going to be like, yeah, almost exactly 14 years on Monday. A love song for Ninette. Yazda is actually spelled with a J at the beginning, not Y. But no, I'm definitely not singing. So he was a Polish lullaby. I'm not sure what my mom used to sing to me, but my dad actually used to sing me this one, which was called Dobranoc misiu pada śnieg. It's like good night, bear. The rain. It's snowing. Goodbye, bear. Good night, bear. It's snowing. Yeah, something like that. And whenever I hear it, it's like I'm very close to crying, frankly. But I'm not gonna sing it. You wouldn't want to hear it. Actually, that's not true. Still play suspended on court Rainier free the third. I see that some people are, well, they're moving around the court, but I mean, most of the crowd is still gone. The covers are still on. I have no clue how long this will last. I texted John, but oh, I did. Okay, he has replied to me. Let me read this because he sent me like 15 messages. Okay. He says he's gonna organize it in 10 minutes. Yeah, I know. Click on the music. Yeah. So I guess we're gonna be off now. Yeah, I guess we're gonna be off now. I'm gonna try to put on some music while there's the break. Hopefully we're gonna be back once they start playing. Yeah, so see you guys in probably some time. He told me to play some music that is called something. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to find it, but well, yeah. See ya later then. Hey guys, hope you are still here. At least some of you. I see that some of you are. We are back on court, and FM Telecom was just asking when the match is due to start. They're basically gonna warm up again in like a minute. So should be 5 minutes before we are back in action. Yeah, anything we can really talk about before this? How long was it? Probably like yeah, like about an hour. Um, I'm glad I managed to eat something. Hopefully, Rublev and Fritz also had fun. Is there any, does either did the break help either player? Hard to say. Fritz was definitely the one, at least from what I saw, who was like pushing for it a bit more. Maybe he felt that the momentum was with Rublev, but after the we're basically starting almost at square one after this hour, so we'll see. And well, almost at square one, I said, because Rublev leads, of course, 3-2, so he at least has that one hold, and with how this match has been going, it can be an advantage. It doesn't have to be, but it certainly can be. So that would potentially be something maybe to look at. But otherwise, just as it was before the match, we weren't sure who was going to win this one. It was like a 50-50, for everyone. And I think that's still really the case. Of course, Rublev with the slight nod because he has one game, but since it's a game on his serve, that doesn't really mean that much. But with the amount of breaks in this match so far, maybe it actually means a lot. We'll see. They're just hitting backhands, forehands. Of course, they get like the usual 5 minute warm up after such a long rain delay. It's actually 2 minutes and 30 seconds until the end of the warm up. So we're gonna resume play, provided there's no more rain. Hopefully, we should be, of course, easily able to also watch the second semi. But that's a big provided, let's say. Usually you say that it's a big if, but a big provided works as well. And we'll see if that's if that period of no rain is going to continue. Hopefully it will. I saw that there's some people were taking out umbrellas again, but at least it doesn't seem heavy like it was before they had to get off the court, of course. And yeah, probably about a minute and a half until we begin again. After this, yeah, you could see that it's still raining a little bit, I think, on the broadcast, but no one is even taking out the umbrellas. Like maybe I can see maybe 5 umbrellas in the crowd, so it's clearly not that huge. The wind is has increased, it seems, though. We'll see if that becomes more of a factor. Probably about 30 seconds right now. They're serving already. And yeah, after this one, it's supposed to be, of course, the second semi on Court Rainier, the third, and also the doubles semi, the second one. But I'm assuming that maybe they will think about taking it to the other court. But at least for now, they haven't decided to choose that to do that. Well, we shall see if there are any more holdups, because that would certainly make it more possible. 10 seconds until the end of the warm up. When we first started this match, Fritz had a very sloppy first service game. Maybe this can happen again. We'll see. The wind clearly has increased. You could see on how it impacts the players' shirts, of course, and it's clearly a more of a factor than it was before. It's usually very windy in Monte Carlo, of course, with the seaside location and just how close it is to an open body of water. I live probably a bit further away than the courts in Monte Carlo. But here in Poland, I live at least currently, I live a kilometer away from the sea or something like that. And yeah, it's definitely quite wild. Even when it's like, five streets away from that, you can still feel that it's so much more windy um, so much more windy than in just other cities. And I'm pretty sure in Monte Carlo it has to be like this as well. And we can see it every year on the matches, on the courts, on the broadcasts. Anyway, 3-2 up. Andrey Rublev is 3-2 up, but Taylor Fritz is about to serve, and we'll see what he does with it. How will he react to that break? And how will Andrey Rublev react as well? We're close to the 2 hour mark from what I can see, like 1 hour 49 minutes. Probably going to catch the 2 hour mark, but of course, with the break of about an hour, it's a little different for sure. It's not like as if you played just the regular. Oh wow, that's actually pretty crazy. The trajectory of this Rublev backhand winner down the line was very weird. I wonder if that was the wind helping it in. But a great shot. If even if maybe he meant it, to use the wind like this. But yeah, that's how he gets the first point against Fritz here. And now finds the inside in, inside out forehand combo that he really loves. And Fritz's defense is going to be out. So it's love 30, and Fritz could be in trouble here from the get go. We saw another sort of beginning of that backhand cross court exchange that has been the theme of this match, let's say. And this time Rublev was very early on that inside out forehand, and then so swiftly switching it to inside in. Not much that Fritz could have done, but he could be in trouble already. Oh wow, that's also a great counter from Rublev, and he should be able to clinch this. No way. Rublev was basically already he could already start penciling down this point in his notebook, let's say. And Fritz just came up with an incredible counter of the backhand, which Andrei did not manage to get to. This was so close to a love 30 down. But Fritz's defense, once again, is really, really helpful in this match. Definitely not something you usually associate with him, but it's clear that he is a very, very multi-dimensional player at this point of his career. Second serve, though, and there's another one of these backhand cross-court returns from Rublev that he's been using all match. When Fritz serves to his back, when Fritz serves the second serve on his on the outside, and once again it forces out an error. Fritz has already struggled with it quite a lot in this match. So 2 breakpoints. He couldn't avoid the issues, and there's another good return from Rublev, but the point continues. And Rublev takes over the initiative with the forehand, but it's another great counter from Fritz. Completely wrong foots the Russian, who was already trying to cover his his forehand corner, where of course he stretched a lot with the sort of positioning that he has on the court, always looking to run around the backhand, and Fritz just surprised him with the direction there. So one more breakpoint here. This was out. Maybe it was a let. I'm not sure because They're not showing whether Fritz is gonna take one more ball or not. I think it must have been a let because the serve seemed into me. Yeah, it was a let. So, but now it's a second serve actually, and Fritz Fritz has to wonder now whether Rublev will go for another one of these returns. Not really. He didn't get a clean hit on it, but he is in the rally. Once again, they're exchanging backhands cross court. And again, Rublev takes the initiative first, finds the opportunity to play off his forehand, but whether he will be able to clinch the point, we shall see. He wasn't, but he still has Fritz on the move. I guess not anymore, and now they're again exchanging backhands cross court. The wind is very much a factor here. You could see that the players are kind of struggling to adjust sometimes. But so far, they're still keeping the ball in play, which is a pretty impressive effort for sure. And Rublev misses that, I think. No, he didn't. Okay, it's on the line. Um, that was pretty astonishing. Fritz tried to drop shot. Really good effort to keep the ball in play for so long from both. Honestly, with this being the first game of the second part of the match, let's say 34 shots in this rally, and also the fact that it was so windy and you could see at times that they had to adjust very quickly. Fritz tried to play that forehand drop shot and Rublev ran it down, but it was super close to going out. And now it's 4 to Rublev, and he's gonna serve. 2 games away, 2 holds away from clinching the match, which would be a pretty fantastic feat for the Russian, of course, who has only made 2 ATP 1000 finals, both of them in the year 2021, and hasn't won any of them. Of course, Fritz, I don't think he's made more finals. I think he's only got the title, but I guess that's kind of puts a very different pressure on you when very different kind of pressure on you when you still haven't got that title compared to when you do, but maybe haven't had as many deeper runs. Yeah, and Rublev also starts the next game with with a 3 point, so very much in control now, very much with the momentum. But we'll see if he can capitalize, if he can take it to the end, because another good serve, so he probably should be able to in this game at least. Although if we remember the opening sets, there were so many twists and turns and so many moments when Rublev could have easily taken it, but wasn't really just wasn't able to clinch the most important points. We'll see if he can do better in this game. Now he's the one defending, and Fritz should be able to clinch it, but no, he sends this backhand long. And so far in this game, Fritz is not really asking the questions. He hasn't really been able to force Rublev to work for it that much, besides this point, but then he still gave it away with a pretty cheap error. And another good serve from Rublev gets him 5-2 up on Fritz. Just 1 game away from one of the biggest runs of his career. Ghosty says, "Are you in Gdańsk?" Yes, I am in Gdańsk, and I've never visited Kaliningrad. You need a visa and etc. And it's also it has a reputation of being a dangerous place. So no, never been there. Never been to Russia. No, neither the Kaliningrad, how do you call it, zone or whatever, or the normal part of Russia. Yeah, 5-2 up. They're sitting down, and of course they're going to be back on the court in a second. Ghosty says he's also excited for Rublev. Definitely a huge chance for him tomorrow if he can of course clinch this match. He might not get a better opportunity for a big title And yeah, it would just be so vital for him to take it, I think. But of course, it's 5-2. It's still the match still is not over. Since he hits two finals in 2022, at the ATP 1000 level, he only had a semifinal in Indian Wells and a quarterfinal in Madrid, so hasn't exactly been doing that well. And of course, as I mentioned, he only has two ATP 1000 finals, Cincinnati and Monte Carlo 2021. I guess if he wins this match, we're probably gonna. Oh no, actually, we're gonna probably drop off the stream to then switch to Rune Sinner when they're in. Yeah, so I guess I'll just say that if, of course, Rublev is going to take this one, it would be his third ATP 1000 final. He lost to Tsitsipas in Cincinnati in 2021. Sorry, in Monte Carlo in 2021, exactly here, and also Cincinnati to Zverev in 2021 as well. This is something that I think I mentioned on the first part of the broadcast, that for years the reason why Rublev hasn't really come close to winning a big title was his poor matchups with Medvedev, Zverev. Also, the fact that against Tsitsipas he was also losing the bigger matches. Right now these guys are out of the picture in this event. More so, and Novak Djokovic is out of the picture. So you gotta love this chance, even though it also already feels like the generation of Alcaraz, especially, but also Sinner and Rune has also sort of passed him by. He, of course, beat Rune at the Australian Open, but it was a very wild finish where Rune wasted a huge lead. Fritz now commits an unforced error to get it to 15-30, so maybe Rublev can even look for a chance to finish this match right here. He is also complaining about something to Manuel Messina now, but I'm not sure about what. I'm not watching with sound on. Although I guess I could. I've gotten used to doing these streams without sound on because usually we do it with someone else, right? And then you don't hear what they're saying; you hear the chord. But maybe if I'm doing it by myself, I should actually be using sound. But oh wow, that's quite a defensive forehand as well from Fritz, banana like, and he gets himself to 30 all. So no match points yet. But if he loses this point, he still might have to save one. He might still lose it because that's not in, so it's going to be a second serve. A big forehand winner from Rublev. He kind of apologizes. I think he just maybe recognized the impact of the wind or something. But yeah, it landed on the line, and I'm not sure he should be apologizing for this, frankly. But he has a match point anyway. But Fritz saves it with an ace. Down the tee, Rublev was already expecting a serve to his backhand and just didn't even make a move. But frankly, even if he was more in the middle of the service box, he probably also maybe wouldn't have made it. Just a great serve from Fritz under pressure. Another second serve here though on the deuce side, and he commits the forehand error now. So it's gonna be a second match point as well. Can he do it? That's a second serve as well. Rublev is very much trying to pump himself up for this point. But this was really tense. The second serve from Fritz was like more or less down the middle. Maybe that kind of surprised Rublev also, with the fact that it wasn't really like, it was very safe. It didn't have anything on it, but Rublev just sent the backhand return wide. So we have another deuce point, but again, it's going to be on Fritz's second serve. In the past few points, he only landed one first serve, but it was the very important one, saving a match point. with an ace. And what will Rublev do now? He is hitting. Ooh, he was hitting forehands at the Fritz backhand corner, but Fritz just found a phenomenal counter and completely wasted it with the next forehand. So yeah, third match point. Maybe this time the Russian can clinch it. He is in the rally and he has Fritz on the move, but again, that loopy forehand, that defensive get from Fritz is just insane. Another one with the like banana like trajectory, and yeah, it gets him the point. Pretty tame forehand slice from Rublev later. So we're at deuce now. 5 minutes already in this game. 3 match points saved by Taylor Fritz. This first serve is also not going to be in, so it's going to be a second one. But Rublev sends the return long, so suddenly there's an opportunity for Fritz to prolong this game by at least, prolong this match by at least a game. But can he do it? Looks like he can because Rublev misses another return. So 5-3. At least now Fritz has asked him the question, and we'll see. Chinese eggplant like trajectory on your shots. Yeah, that's better. We should introduce more vegetable trajectories in tennis, but so far I can only really imagine how banana looks, frankly. Ghosty says Andrey will close at 6-3. Very confident in the Russian, which he recently said. Well, he said a couple of minutes ago that he's very excited for him, so maybe that's why. Well, 1 point to the good for Rublev as he forces out another error from Fritz. Again, just a little bit quicker to get to the inside out forehand than Fritz has been in the last. Well, of course, there's been a long break, but I would say in the last two sets, even. Stepping forward into the court a bit and just being the first one to find that forehand, which is so important, of course, with how many backhand rallies they've had. But now Rublev changes the direction on the backhand and gets another error out of Fritz. Of course, these have been forced, not unforced. So, it's not really Fritz's fault. But so far, Rublev is handling this game expertly. We'll see if that continues at the during the third point. Another backhand cross-court exchange. And Fritz tries to go for an inside-out backhand, but I think he has just missed it. Absolutely, yeah. Looked like the ball sort of swayed the wind sort of swayed the ball at him, and yeah, it kind of messed up his stroke production. But well, 3 match points for Rublev, and this time they're going to be consecutive, and this time they're also going to be on his own serve. So, who does Rublev match up against better, Sinner or Rune? Sinner probably, huh? I know he's just beaten Rune in at the Australian Open, but I would say Sinner just with he has more of a one-dimensional ball striking game, right? Like somehow like Rublev, and I think Rune would be like tactically better prepared for Rublev, and that's a fantastic forehand winner from Rublev to clinch this match. And as we said a few minutes ago, also along with it, he also has a third ATP 1000 final. 2021 Monte Carlo, 3-6, 3-6 to Stefanos Tsitsipas. 2021 Cincinnati, 2-6, 3-6 to Alexander Zverev. This time he's gonna get a theoretically easier opponent, but actually maybe not so much. But still, you gotta feel that this is an opportunity that maybe will not present itself after that. He for years he has sort of struggled to break through that quarterfinal stage at the slams, right? And also that well, at the Masters 1000 level, he had two finals, but didn't really come close in either final. So fantastic opportunity for him for sure. And yeah, he might do it. He will be certainly like he certainly won't be drawing dead. Probably like a slight underdog against either, right? That would probably make sense, but of course we're also gonna see maybe they're gonna play for 4 hours and then we might change that. Ghosty is also asking, are drop shots more effective or more or less effective on clay? Definitely more easier to play, better reaction to with the surface, 100% more. You're always gonna see more drop shots on clay than any other courts. I okay. Anyway, I think this is where we're gonna end it, right? Because we need to jump to another stream for Rune Sinner. That should be in like 15-20 minutes. I will probably start it like when they're warming up or something, and also talk for like 3-5 minutes. Yeah, about expectations and like yeah, that they're gonna play Rublev and etc. So yeah, I think John at the beginning at the beginning of the stream sent over a link to the Rune Sinner broadcast, but of course you can easily find it on the channel. So Sinner is doing really well to succeed despite having crappy drop shot. I mean, you don't have to play it, right? It's not like you have to drop shot on clay. It's just definitely more effective on other than in other conditions. Some players who drop shot a lot, you can see that. I don't know, Fabian Maroshan comes to mind, frankly, who is just 100% more effective on clay despite playing this sort of brand of tennis where he wants to finish everything in 2-3 shots and take the ball super early. But I think it's really his drop shot alone that makes him better on clay than anything else. But of course, he doesn't need to have it. But Sinner should try to, of course, because well, we saw what happened with Medvedev in the final in Miami, where he just didn't have any point-winning engines realistically. Anyhow, that's gonna be it, and yeah, see some of you hopefully on the Sinner broadcast. Should be in like 10-15 minutes, I suppose. I would drop shot Rublev a lot. Yeah, you still have to be in the position, right, to drop shot someone successfully. But Rune would probably attempt that, right? But it's not gonna be as good as against Medvedev, right? It's never going to be because Rublev will try to play inside the baseline, and then how are you gonna drop shot him? But still, I would think he. Thanks, Ghosty, as well. Still, I would think he would at least have the ideas to introduce something else, and Rublev would probably feel more comfortable playing Sinner, although it's not clear who's better, Sinner or Rune. Anyway, see ya on the other stream, I suppose.